Good afternoon. Before I start, I would like to speak a little bit before I say the prayer. On behalf of ONC, Old Calumet Native Council, our tribal community welcomes our honorable guests, Ms. Murkowski and her associates, including those from our community who are participating in this important event in finding ways to help one another to become aware mentally, physically, and spiritually, which will focus on the well-being of self and others. With that, thank you, and I welcome Lisa Murkowski and her associates. Now for the prayer. Tomorrow is Veterans Day, but I will still pray. All our veterans and our servicemen throughout Alaska, Hawaii, Lower 48, and overseas, that they'll be safe from all harm and brought home to their families, relatives, and friends. Ask of our Father. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beautiful, for all resources and wildlife you provided for sustenance for our minds, bodies, and souls. We thank you for having us here together as brothers and sisters, caring for nature and all you have created. You are praised each and every day. We ask of you to continue your blessings upon us and for those who continue to care and share what you have entrusted to us. And again, we ask of you to guide us for the benefit for all people. Also, to bring honorable guests home safely to their communities, families and friends and relatives. This I ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Well, good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all those of you who are gathered, to our traditional chief, Mr. Ignatius Louis Andrew. Thank you for the invocation. Thank you for your service to our country. Thank you to all of our veterans, those that are gathered here today, those that are scattered around the country and scattered around the world as we observe Veterans Day today. We can never thank enough those who have stood to defend us and our country's freedoms. So to our veterans, I would ask us all to please share our thanks with a simple applause for all who have served. So before we begin our hearing here today, I would like to thank Dan Winkleman, the president here at YKHC, and all of his staff who have helped us set up today's hearing. As you have worked with my staff We appreciate all that you have done to make it easy to have this conversation today. I also want to acknowledge the folks on my staff who are here, some of whom you are familiar with, some who you maybe only know their names. Behind me is Amber Ebarb. Amber is the staff director, the minority staff director for the Senate Indian Affairs Committee in Washington, D.C. She's originally from Juneau. Family from Hoona, still a long ways from Bethel. Seated next to Amber is Lucy Murphy. Lucy is my general counsel and the deputy staff director on the Indian Affairs Committee. Monitoring the timing controls, we have Jacqueline Bethel, who is on the Indian Affairs Committee back in Washington, D.C., and Shannon O'Hare across from her, also on the committee, are here today to help. We also have Cordelia Kelly, and I do not see, Cordelia is in the back over here. She is my Indian Affairs Director for the state of Alaska, and is in and out of your communities very often, so I know that many of you are familiar with Cordelia. And Angela Ramponi is up in front. She is my legislative director based out of Washington, D.C. from Soldotna. So we are here to not only listen as Alaskans, but to help facilitate this hearing for the Senate Indian Affairs Committee. So with that, we shall begin. I call this field hearing of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee to order. The purpose of this hearing is to examine the impact of the historic salmon declines on the health and well-being of Alaska Native communities along Arctic, Yukon, and Kuskokwim rivers. I do feel that this is significant. I feel this is historic in many ways, to actually be able to bring the Senate Indian Affairs Committee to Bethel to understand more about how the salmon crashes in the YK region are affecting those of you who live here. Now, I have traveled through most of your villages over the course of many years. I've been into many of the fish camps up and down the Kuskokwim and the Yukon. I have had so many from this region reach out to tell me about how the lack of salmon is affecting their ways of life, and truly the need for the federal government to pay attention, to listen, to understand, and to act. And there has probably been no one more persistent on this need to act than Vivian Corthius, AVCP's CEO. Thank you, Vivian, for keeping the focus on this important issue. You've been pushing me ever so gently to get this Senate field hearing and the public listening session scheduled, so thank you for that. This is, again, a great opportunity for witnesses, for members of the community, and for those of you from surrounding villages who have purposefully come today so that your voices can be heard, for you to share your experiences facing this crisis and to offer potential solutions on the official record. Know what that means when I say it's an official record. This is not just us talking here. This record will be part of the Senate's hearing record. Your voices, your statements, your solutions will be included as part of the decision-making process that we will embark upon as we move forward. Subsistence resources, especially the Chinook and Chum salmon, have sustained the communities that you live in for millennia. These village locations were chosen specifically because they were good traditional hunting and fishing areas. Over 100 communities in the Kuskokwim, Yukon, and Bering Strait regions are affected by these low salmon runs. And I feel it in your voices when you share with me how painful this is. I was at a regional advisory council meeting not too many months ago, and one of the members said very clearly, if we don't fish, we don't eat. It's pretty basic. We are still trying to understand the root causes of the population crisis. Climate change is certainly a big one, but it's not the sole one. There are multiple other factors, including management structures that we have to look at. We must work together because ultimately the loss of salmon threatens your ways of life. And we all have different roles and different ways in which we are working. I have worked to support our understanding of climate change impacts to fisheries by funding research that will inform future efforts to adapt. Through my role as an appropriator, I've supported tribal co-management efforts, indigenous-led monitoring, and co-production of knowledge. Traditional ecological knowledge must inform our actions and decisions. But I'm interested to hear more from our witnesses about how we can strengthen co-management relationships and help improve the federal subsistence management program. I'm already working to ensure the Secretary of the Interior has direct supervision of the Office of Subsistence Management by moving it out from under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have made some progress together, but I think we all acknowledge that there is much more work to do to ensure that future generations can continue a traditional subsistence way of life. So my hope is that we're able to engage in respectful dialogue to find common ground on solutions to what is truly a crisis. So again, Koyana to all those who have traveled here to Bethel to share your testimony and those who have come out in the snow to be here. I look forward to hearing the invited testimony from our witnesses today. Each one at this table has as valuable perspective to share. So a little bit of the ground rules of how we will move forward today, the housekeeping. Each witness at the tables will have 5 minutes to speak. So please take that opportunity to introduce yourself and to summarize your written testimony. Know that your full written testimony, and I've read the testimony that each of you have submitted, that full testimony will be included as part of the record. So this is your opportunity to embellish on that, to share in your 5 minutes what else you would like to add. After all of the witnesses testify, I will ask the panel a series of questions. And then when we have concluded that part of the field hearing, we'll take about a half an hour break and we will transition to the public listening session. We'll rearrange the front of the room here a little bit, but that will then be the opportunity for those of you who also want to come forward and provide your comments for the public record. We will have that opportunity to do so. So as a note to our invited witnesses here, I'd ask you to please speak into the handheld mic as well as the table mics. We are, the Indian Committee, Senate Indian Committee is live streaming this hearing online, so we want them to be able to pick up all of that. So with that, I will turn to our first witness, the Honorable Thaddeus Tikyun, Jr., the chairperson of the Association of Village Council Presidents. So Chairman Tikyun, I would ask you to proceed. Kuyan. And Chairman, and for all the rest of you, I will point out the timer clock in front of you. It's a countdown clock, and there will be a buzzer after that, which is annoying, but we do have a lot that we want to get out on the record here today. So I just point you in that direction. Chairman, if you would proceed.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Thad Tikyun. I'm the chairman for the Association of Village Council Presidents, the Regional Tribal Consortia of the 56 federally recognized tribes in the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Honorable Senator Lisa Murkowski, other esteemed members of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and your staff for traveling to Western Alaska for this hearing. For the past 4 years, we have felt as if the voices of the tribes, communities, and families of Western Alaska didn't matter. But by coming here today, you have shown that we do matter. Thank you. I would like to recognize the representatives from our sister tribal organizations and the region's tribes who have traveled here today. For thousands of years, our ancestors have managed our land and rivers and our natural resources. Our ancestors only took what they needed. There was always enough, both for the present and future generations. Subsistence resources, including Chinook and chum salmon, are essential for meeting the nutritional needs of the YK Delta residents. But their importance touches on all aspects of Yupik, Chupik, and Athabascan culture, life, and identity. Sharing subsistence salmon harvest is a deeply held cultural value in our communities. Sharing means that neighbors, elders, and entire communities are well cared for. During salmon runs, families along the Kuskokwim River and Yukon River gather at fish camps to practice and share traditional knowledge and our ways of life. Fish camps are where families learn essential subsistence skills, pass traditional knowledge through generations, enjoy kinship and cultural growth, and set aside food for the winter. This is how we pass on our way of life. However, things are very different today. We are in a crisis situation in Western Alaska, and I am a person who uses the word crisis loosely. I have never seen salmon return so low on the Kuskokwim River, where I have lived my whole life, or on the Yukon River, where I have traveled many times and have many friends and family members who live there. Historically, low runs have resulted in significant restrictions on salmon for Chinook and chum salmon to preserve stock and to meet escapement goals. Due to the high resilience on wild food, primarily salmon, in our region, these restrictions have a direct and outsized impact on the rural subsistence users along the Kuskokwim and Yukon rivers, and have increased the pressure on other fish stocks as communities slot to replace salmon and Chinook and chum with other food sources. While over 100 tribal communities are being restricted to the point of being unable to catch a single salmon, the state of Alaska and some federal management agencies are carrying on business as usual. There is simply no sense of urgency. Fisheries management practices that are contributing to the salmon crisis are being allowed to continue, and the indigenous and traditional knowledge of the ones who have managed these resources for centuries is being ignored. In 1977, there was another congressional hearing in Bethel. At that time, our elders asked for Congress to protect our subsistence right and limit state management of subsistence resources. 46 years later, we are here again asking for the same thing. The state's refusal to recognize federal management on federal waters of the Kuskokwim is another example. The Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act, ANILCA, guarantees rural subsistence priority in these waters. Yet the state is ignoring ANILCA and is trying to erase this priority in current litigation. Federal management is also disjointed. Our communities work with the Department of Interior on inter fisheries management, but from 300 to 200 miles offshore, the Department of Commerce and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council have ultimate control over salmon fisheries management. The agencies have very different approaches. Interior understands the federal trust responsibility and works with us, but Commerce does not. We need those making management decisions to listen to us, listen to tribes, listen to communities that are being impacted, include our traditional knowledge in your decision-making process. Start using current scientific information objectively instead of only focusing on data that supports industry. We are at a tipping point. If the state and federal agencies don't start acting on things within their control, our salmon are not going to recover. I see today's hearing as a turning point on this crisis because it signals your willingness to support our region and our way of life. It is time for a new path. Please, 1, amend UNELCA to protect once and for all Alaska Native and rural subsistence rights. 2, consider management amendments to the Magnuson-Stevens Act or other legislation that will prioritize salmon recovery, include our traditional knowledge, and honor the trust responsibility that the United States government owes to our tribal community. ABCP and nearly 100,000 Alaska Natives who are being impacted by this crisis, thank you for coming here to listen to us and for taking action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief Ridden.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator, for having us here. And I want to thank YKHC and the other Native organizations here for hosting us. My name is Brian Ridley, and I'm the Chief Chairman of the Tanana Chiefs Conference, which serves 37 federally recognized tribes in interior Alaska. I'm a tribal member of the Native Village of Eagle, located on the Yukon River at the Canadian border. My family is Han-Gwich'in, and we have relatives on both sides of the Canadian border, which is why meeting treaty escapement goals are so important to me. The tribes along the Yukon have completely shouldered all of the ramifications of the salmon collapse, yet they were not the cause of it. The state of Alaska is telling us that the only way that our salmon stocks can be rebuilt is with hatcheries. However, recent science clearly demonstrates that hatcheries are not the solution as the state and others suggest. Calling for millions more in research is a stall tactic by the industry to keep doing what they've been doing. As of today, prohibited species catch of salmon is over 130,000 salmon. While federal staff and North Pacific Fisheries Management Council managers say it's only 1 to 3% of the catch, we know that every salmon counts. Trawlers throw away our fish and keep fishing, while our fisheries are closed, our smokehouses are empty, and our people are criminals for catching just one fish. Our children have never handled salmon, our fishermen are depressed, and the results are devastating our communities. Here's what we and our member tribes have been doing. Our tribes implemented a self-imposed moratorium which allowed the U.S. to meet Chinook salmon escapement goals into Canada in 2018. To provide protein, sustenance, and heritage, we're now supporting commercial fisheries by buying salmon for our people. In 2022, we distributed over 90,000 pounds of salmon, including purchase, shipping, storage, and packaging. And in 2023, we distributed another 90,000 pounds. You want to subsidize commercial fishermen for fishing too much? Then you can pay our $1 million expense as we try to buy salmon for our people. We tried to seek state Board of Fish action to mitigate, intercept, and protect subsistence fisheries as required by the law. They took no action, and in a 3-4 vote, 2 of the 4 said it was all about the money. The problem with North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the State Board of Fish is these boards are made up of industry representatives responsible for overfishing our oceans. We also briefed and requested intervention from our state legislature to no avail. We briefed and requested secretarial intervention and use of withdrawal authority to no avail. With little choice, we finally have engaged in litigation in an attempt to have NOAA NIMS follow the law. I'm here to ask you, the SCIA, Congress, and the federal government to uphold the promise Congress made to our people during land claims. I'm here to ask you to uphold your trust responsibility to our tribal governments and citizens as enshrined in federal Indian law. We're urging the committee and the administration to help bring our fish back before they go extinct and are endangered species. Stop subsidizing the pollock and cod industries through the USDA, purchasing surplus fish under Section 32 program. This only rewards overfishing. Stop minimizing the impact of trawlers and a bycatch and the long-term cumulative impacts associated with this practice. In any other harvest of fish and wildlife, the word bycatch is wanton waste and is illegal and goes against our native traditional values. Amend and reauthorize the MSA to provide for disaster declaration and subsequent relief for loss of subsistence fisheries. Add at least 2 tribal seats to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Relocate the National Marine Fisheries Service from the Department of Commerce to the Department of Interior to center sustainability of fisheries and food security over economic interests. Introduce legislation recognizing Alaska Native tribal hunting and fishing rights. Utilize and encourage DOI secretarial authority to protect the subsistence needs of the Alaska Native people. If we made a mistake, it was trusting the state and feds to manage a resource that we managed for thousands of years. In the short 65 years, our fish are nearly going extinct. The bottom line is the only path forward is co-management or management by our Native people. We're not trying to shut down trawl, but to get them to cut back and share in the conservation. The biggest issue that I see is our fish are trying to make it through the state area M and then the federal Bering Sea, and we're just trying to get all those areas to cut back a little bit, help us conserve and bring back our fish. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you, Chief Ridley. We will now turn to Chairman Samuelson.
Testing. What is it on? Oh, can't hear it up here, so. Good afternoon. This is Aguna, Kuskokwim, ang Spuma Mani Montagisumi Tawam, Upaspuma, up the river, and Woman, Tanchakum Shu. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Samuelson. I was raised right here on the front streets of Bethel, where my family gathered and worked on fish every summer. Eventually, I made my way up the river, pit stops in Aniak and Red Devil, and then we resettled in McGrath, where I learned the very, very utmost importance of escapement and fish that need to make it all the way up the river. Every summer, my family returns to Georgetown, which is right in the middle of the river, and we put away fish for winter. At least we try. It's where we go to spend time with our people and our kin. So welcome to my first home, Senator. Please understand that there's not enough time to go into detail of how grateful we are for your support in our co-management work and efforts and helping to get funding trickled down to tribes and to the commissions here on the river and all of our rivers. But I do want to take one moment and acknowledge the veterans that are here today and that are from our region. I serve on my tribal council, the Native Village of Georgetown. I serve as vice president of the Kuskokwim Corporation, my village corporation. I serve as the current chair of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and I have to wear all these hats to leverage the indigenous and holistic approach to stewardship. I have to go to all of these things and be all of these things just to have our worldview and our lens visible. Our salmon, our natab, they're not corporate or tribal or federal or state. They're our source of kinship and our source of wellness. The ecosystem health and the connectedness that we understand as Indigenous peoples and stewards of these lands and waters has the answers to the salmon crisis. It's not remiss on me that we walked through the emergency room to get here, at this very beautiful new facility because we are in the state of an emergency. Tribal co-stewardship has already been doing the work of reparations to the trauma our salmon have faced. We have already been rebuilding our stocks. We have been doing everything that we can to make sure our salmon are sustainable and have a chance at a future. And it just goes to show that the knowledge that we all carry and the things that we know have the answers. The answers are here, and we're ready and willing to lead this work. From the late 1980s to 2018, our region has had an increase in the suicide rate by 143%. 143%. These are lives not reaching their potential. Providers, aunties, uncles, grandparents not reaching their potential. And you couple that with Chief Wrigley's message of 137,000 salmon in bycatch, lives not reaching their potential, wasted. Fish are missing from our ceremonies, they're missing from our potlatches, our grieving processes, and one of the hardest illnesses to combat comes from not being able to share. We're meant to be able to share with our aunties, to share with our invited guests. Fish, salmon, we cannot do that. Our protocols are being broken, our values are being challenged, and our way of life is at risk, and it only elevates our unwellness. We're not new to salmon declines, nor are we new to colonization, erasure, or genocide. Our resilience, however, continues to be stretched thinner and thinner and tested, and we find ourselves having to advocate more and more just for access to a way of life that's designed for community and collective well-being, let alone the time to breathe and practice those ways of life. Economics and food security need to be touched on, but I won't spend too much time there. I will note my people have not put me here to fight for a commercial fishery, but there has not been a viable commercial fishery on the Kuskokwim River for well over a decade. We're here for cultural sovereignty and security. You will hear the cries from our people. You will hear and see the pain in just a little while that continues to grow in our region. Alaska needs support for co-stewardship efforts in these ways, pushing the National Marine Fisheries Service to develop co-stewardship agreements with us, pushing for at least 2 voting seats on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. We need non-competitive, dedicated, stable funding so that we're not forced to fight amongst each other as we have been forced to do in many other aspects of our lives. We need designated tribal seats at the North Pacific and on all of their associated bodies. Congress needs to amend the NILCA to secure our traditional hunting and fishing rights in every part of every river of Alaska. And Senator, you have the amazing opportunity to lead this charge with your peers. The federal government has a trust responsibility to uphold. And closer to home, we have to trust our congressional delegation will work for the health and sustainability of all of Alaska. I want to trust that these comments will not be forgotten after a box is checked. I want to trust that you know the action that needs to be taken and policy that needs to be changed. I want to note that 5 minutes is not enough time. And similarly, we're forced to try to teach our people to be genuine human beings in 6 to 12-hour windows, or not at all on the Yukon, where there is no fishing opportunity, where children have never seen or touched a salmon, who are salmon people and meant to carry our existence into the future. I want to trust that we will give back to our children a world with healthy salmon.
Thank you, Chair Samuelson. Next, we will hear from Chair Olby.
Thank you, Honorable Lisa Murkowski and the Indian Affairs Committee. My name is Chief Karma Olby. I'm the first chief of the Native Village of Eagle and the chairwoman of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. I'm here today to provide this testimony on behalf of 38 tribes of the Yukon River that have joined the commission so far. Despite the thousands of years we have been practicing our ways of life and stewarding salmon for future generations, colonization of Alaska by settlers to extract and commodify our resources has in a few short centuries dramatically affected our tribal ways of life. The lack of salmon fishing opportunities on the Yukon River jeopardizes our ability to teach our children those ways of life and how to properly steward our tribal resources for future generations. The salmon decline is not a new issue. We have witnessed drastic salmon decline since settlers first came to Alaska. Over 100 years ago, in the 1905 report to Congress on conditions and needs of Alaska Natives, it stated that the rush of prospectors have literally swept the country clean, denuding it of life, leading to destitution and semi-starvation. The report directly called for a moratorium on commercial fishing north of the Aleutians due to the importance of Yukon and Kuskokwim fisheries to the interior. This call has been made numerous times since and has never been implemented. During the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act debates of 1971, which supposedly resulted in the extinguishment of Aboriginal hunting and fishing rights, and for which we were never compensated, a congressional promise was made. I promise that the Secretary will take any action necessary to protect the subsistence needs of the natives. This includes using their withdrawal authority on appropriate lands or water and classify them in a manner which would protect Alaska Native subsistence needs and requirements by closing appropriate lands or waters to entry by non-residents when the subsistence resources of these lands are in short supply or otherwise threatened. The promise has never been realized. In recent decades, the results of salmon to the Yukon River have continued to decline and resulted in state and federal fisheries disaster declarations and closures to commercial salmon harvest. More recently, the continued collapse of Yukon River Chinook and chum salmon returns have resulted in closures to sport and recreational salmon fishing and priority state and federal subsistence salmon fisheries with profound impacts to tribal food security. Decades of poor salmon returns have resulted in our relatives and neighbors in Canada not being able to practice customary and traditional Indigenous fisheries for 20 to 30 years, and tribal communities in Alaska now face those same challenges. In 2020, there were directed Chinook and summer chum salmon subsistence 6-inch mesh gill net fishing opportunities on a reduced schedule on the lower and middle Yukon River. There was also a limited commercial fishery using dip nets for summer chum salmon in the lower river. There were also directed subsistence gill net fishing opportunities for fall chum salmon in 2020 for downriver and middle districts 1 through 4. Some on reduced subsistence fishing schedules, but on August 12th, subsistence fishing were closed without any directed fall chum subsistence gill net fishing provided for districts 5 or 6, which includes every village from Tanana up both the Yukon and Tanana rivers. This is why upriver residents often testify that they have been closed for subsistence salmon gill net fishing for 4 years, and not just 3 like the middle and lower river. This has been a problem under state management of the Yukon River. Commercial fishing provides for those living downriver and then shutting down our subsistence fishing upriver. This flies in the face of both state and federal subsistence priority laws. We have had no direction of summer chum salmon subsistence gill net harvest opportunities on the Yukon for the past 3 years. This is also true for fall chum for the most part. However, there was a limited directed Yukon fall chum subsistence gill net fishery in 2023 on the Tree Tringic drainage that opened on September 15th. Hanatu's conference urges this committee to work with the Department of Interior boroughs to formalize a federal tribal co-stewardship fishery management partnership between the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Bureau of Land Management, U.S. National Park Service, and the U.S. Geological Survey Alaska Science Center. Based upon the model of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, the conservation of wild Yukon River Chinook salmon, and the tribal ways of life they support, not to mention the United States treaty obligations to Canada, would all benefit greatly from such a formalized fisheries management partnership that directly involves Yukon River tribes and our extensive Indigenous knowledge. Masiche.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Next, we turn to Mr. Dan Winkleman.
I better use these glasses. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Murkowski and members of the committee. I'm Dan Winkleman. I'm Degaton Athabaskan Indian from Anchorage with family from McGrath and Shagluk, and an enrolled tribal member of the Shagluk Native Village. I'm also the President and CEO of the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on salmon today. A healthy lifestyle begins at home, and for generations, families in this region have relied upon the return of salmon to subside throughout the year. This renewable natural resource has been vital to our health and culture. Since we have not had the fishing opportunities we used to, I'm going to remind everyone today that what we have been missing from a nutrient perspective. It is not just negatively affecting our culture and well-being, but our good health. The health benefits of Alaska salmon are well known. Alaska salmon is a complete high-quality protein as well as a key source of marine omega-3 fatty acids and is naturally high in many essential vitamins and minerals, including vitamin D, selenium, and potassium. Protein is known to promote satiety and stabilize blood sugars. It also helps to provide lean body mass and is necessary to make hormones and enzymes. Omega-3 fatty acids lower triglycerides and increase levels of good cholesterol. Lower triglycerides and increased high-density lipoproteins can lead to decreased risk of death following a myocardial infarction and reduce complications following other cardiovascular events. It can also decrease inflammation in the body and improve brain health. Selenium is one of the most critical nutrients for maintaining and improving immune function. While potassium deficiency is a concern across the United States and can lead to increased hypertension, kidney stones, and poor bone health. The health benefits of Alaska salmon are supported by scientific studies. Traditional diets in the YK region have incorporated salmon at higher rates than consumed in other parts of the country. Studies conducted in the YK region have shown that people who consume moderate amounts of fish are less likely to develop some chronic diseases. In addition, studies published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, not specific to the YK region, involving hundreds of thousands of participants eating modest amounts of fish, especially species higher in amounts of omega-3 fatty acids, such as our wild salmon eaten in the YK region, found that it reduces risk of coronary death by 36% and total mortality by 17%. Accordingly, the USDA recommends a diet rich in vitamin D and omega fatty acids, and current dietary guidelines from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the USDA recommend that Americans increase their seafood intake to at least twice per week. Until recent salmon closures, the people of the YK region have easily met these recommendations, with many people consuming salmon almost daily. A diet rich in nutrient-dense foods like salmon, when compared to energy-dense foods like pasta and other Western shelf-stable foods, translates to only needing a small portion of the food to reap the health benefits. Access to nutrient-dense foods and consuming smaller portions helps to maintain healthy weight and decreases development of diet-related health conditions. However, when fish is not available, meals are supplemented with store-bought, highly processed foods that contain added sugars, salts, and saturated fats, and often less protein. Diets become more energy-dense instead of nutrient-dense, which can lead to an increase in healthy weight gain and increased rates of chronic disease development. Often I have providers tell me that they see this has become a problem over the last decade or so here in the YK region. Finally, when fish and other nutrient-dense seafoods are not accessible in the region, we are deprived of this culturally significant food that is well known to be the lifeblood of our region. Significantly more scientific research monies need to be appropriated to determine why our salmon are not returning and how we can develop solutions to mitigate against this current salmon disaster we're living through, so our grandchildren do not have to live through it too. With these vital monies, the University of Alaska and federal agencies like NOAA could become the experts needed for ending this crisis, or at least assist the federal, state, and tribal governments with developing science-based solutions so that we can rebuild our important salmon runs. It is also time that while we continue the good work of restoring our wild salmon runs, we also debate in the region whether king and chum salmon hatcheries on both the upper Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers can provide more salmon fishing opportunities while we continue to rebuild our wild stocks. Hatcheries would not replace our wild runs, but would supplement and provide fish while we continue to work and restore our wild stock, similar to the very successful state of Washington's programs for wild and hatchery management. I always found it strange that in times of severe fishing restrictions that only the subsistence users bear the largest burden for conservation, and that Alaska's two largest rivers do not have the large king and chum salmon hatcheries to supplement our decreasing wild stocks. This is even more inequitable when you see other areas around the state, like Seward and Valdez, with large hatchery silver salmon runs that almost every year produce tens of thousands of salmon for sport fishers. In conclusion, the recommendations that you hear today from myself and others will help to improve the availability of our salmon, our nutritious food for Alaska natives whose healthcare status, despite years of significant progress, continues to lag behind other populations in Alaska and the rest of the United States. Goyana and Dogadim for your time and the opportunity to provide testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Winkleman. Next, we turn to Ms. Nicole Borromeo, Executive Vice President at AFN.
Koyana Chair Murkowski, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nicole Borromeo, and I serve as the Executive Vice President and General Counsel for the Alaska Federation of Natives. I'm joined today by AFN's Vice President of External Relations, Ben Malott. AFN was established in 1966 to achieve a fair and just settlement of our Aboriginal land claims. We remain the largest statewide Native membership organization in Alaska. 179 tribes, 154 for-profit village Native corporations, 9 for-profit regional corporations, and 10 regional nonprofit tribal consortia that contract and compact to administer programs under the Indian Self-Determination Act are current members. On behalf of AFN, I'd like to provide testimony regarding a matter of the utmost importance to Alaska Native people, and that's protecting our way of life, which everyone in this room knows is centered on subsistence. Fish is not about food. Although fish sustains our people across multiple generations and multiple regions in nearly every village and community of the state, it also sustains our cultural practices and traditions, which includes passing those traditions on to the next generation. This fish crisis has the potential to erode those cultural practices and what is most important to us, our families and our community relationships. The fish crisis is also negatively affecting our relationship with the federal and state governments. This is a complex challenge that requires a bold new consensus. It requires realigning federal and state laws and policies, and also requires the state, the federal government, and Alaska Native entities, including those regions that rely heavily on commercial fishing, to work together in true partnership. The state's most recent decision to challenge the Katie John rulings and the rural subsistence priority of ANILCA in Title VIII is wrong. US v. Alaska, a case now in federal court, will determine the future of Katie John and whether or not the rural subsistence priority continues. However, this is just the latest round of conflict between state and federal subsistence management. This threat comes at a time when the critical need for a rural subsistence priority, due to the shortage of fish, is greater than ever. Climate change and international tensions in the Arctic around fisheries also threaten our way of life. ANCSA and ANILCA were both bargains between the federal government, the state of Alaska, and the Alaska Native community, all 12 regions. Those laws must be honored, particularly in light of the fish crisis and recent attacks on our subsistence way of life by the state. Alaska Natives are going to look for protections in federal law and ways to strengthen federal law. AFN Resolution 2301, adopted at this year's annual convention, calls on the Biden administration and the U.S. Congress to do everything in their power to protect our subsistence way of life, including amending ANCSA to reinstate terminated Aboriginal hunting and fishing rights, and amending NILCA to strengthen our Title VIII protections. Congress should support and invest in Alaska Native peoples to increase our capacity to protect our interests in the lands and waters, and to be fully engaged in cooperative relationships and dialogue, as opposed to litigation, which the state is pursuing. These situations require alignment and working together. Senator Murkowski, please continue to lead Alaskans in achieving this bold new consensus. AFN will stand with you, and we will provide whatever help is needed. Our people cannot be confined to conflicts of the past. This is a new day. Our subsistence way of life must have unconditional federal support, and the state of Alaska must show willingness to seek a different path forward other than litigation. Koyana, very much for your attention and your commitment. We know you've traveled a long way in a record snowstorm, and that we know you're committed to helping us protect our way of life. I welcome the opportunity to answer questions later.
Brianna, thank you. We next turn to Tisha Neviak-Coons, who is the Vice President of Land and Natural Resources at Chilista.
Thank you, Vice Chair Murkowski and members of the committee. Thank you for convening this field hearing on the massive decline of Arctic Yukon and Kuskokwim salmon. My name is Tisha Neviak-Coons, and I am from here, Bethel, Alaska, and currently live in Anchorage. My parents are Carlton and Lucy Coons, and my grandfather was the late Chief Joe Lomack of Akichuk. I am a tribal member of Akichuk Native community and a Chilista shareholder. I currently serve as Vice President of Land and Natural Resources for Chilista. Chilista is the regional Alaska Native corporation created by ANCSA of 1971 to resolve the land claims of the indigenous people of the YK region. We have nearly 37,000 shareholders, about 20,000 shareholders live in region. One of the most important traditional values is to share our fish with our elders and with others who are physically unable to provide for themselves. Our elders tell us that when we share our catch, we would be fruitful in the years to come and blessed with more fish. Instead, we are experiencing a historic salmon crash. Alaska Natives have borne the brunt of the conservation burden. Conservation burdens must be also shared equitably. Our elders also taught us that the traditional economies of hunting, fishing, and gathering are our inherent rights as Alaska Natives. Our elders, who either did not understand or were not proficient in the English language, taught us that the state and federal governments cannot legislate over our right to procure food, to avert hunger. They cannot legislate over our cultures. The status quo cannot continue, and the fix must start with revising ANCSA to restore Alaska Native traditional hunting, fishing, and gathering rights. With the expectation in ANCSA's legislative history that the Alaska Native hunting and fishing rights would be upheld by any action necessary, Section 4B of ANCSA, which has been interpreted as extinguishing any Aboriginal hunting and fishing rights that may exist in Alaska, must be revised. Congress later tried to remedy this injustice with ANILCA. However, ANILCA's initial Alaska Native subsistence priority was changed in the 11th hour to a rural subsistence priority. This leaves urban Alaska Natives with no protections, and even the inadequate compromise for a rural subsistence preference was soon thereafter held to conflict with Alaska's constitution. So the responsibility for administering the rural preference transferred to the federal government, and the protected areas shrunk from all Alaska to only federal lands. This checkerboard of conflicting state and federal management systems largely fails to protect Alaska Native subsistence rights and has wounded Alaska Natives for decades. Congress's protections of Alaska Native access to marine mammals migratory birds, and halibut in offshore waters are beneficial but are too limited. Congress's failure to amend ANCSA to uphold Alaska Native subsistence rights is a violation of the federal trust responsibility. Congress expected that the state and the Secretary of Interior would take any action necessary to uphold Alaska Native subsistence rights, and over 50 years later, it must be apparent that Congress cannot neglect its responsibility any longer. Studies are useful. Opportunities like this to speak before this committee are very much appreciated, but what we need now is action. Too often, events like this hearing today are only held to appease and quiet the Native peoples. Chalista urges the Congress to take up a bill to revise ANCSA Section 4B to restore Alaska Native subsistence rights. We need real action following this hearing and to uphold Alaska Native subsistence rights. Liana, for your time, and thank you to YKHC for hosting and their tribes for inviting us to have this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our final witness today is Mr. Charles Mendeluk.
Hello. Thank you, Senator Murkowski, for being here, and thank everybody for being here. I don't have a summary written out.
The mic closer. The mic closer.
It's not on?
It's on. It's on. You
Oh,
just
sorry.
hold it close.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I guess how I'll start out. If you read my presentation that I had 2 days to prepare, the main reason that I wrote it was to give you the realization that, in my opinion, and I'm not a researcher, I'm not a scientist, I'm just a resource, a subsistence resource program director, okay? But in my opinion, if we don't do anything, we will run out of salmon, we will run out of marine mammals in the Bering Sea within the next 5 or 6 years, okay? The reason I say that is because the environment in the Bering Sea is changing so fast that it's doing an upheaval in all the populations that live in the Arctic, okay? And when I say northern Bering Sea, I mean from the Pribilof Islands to the Diomede Islands. That's the northern Bering Sea, and that's the part of the Pacific Ocean that is being affected the most in our region. The reason I say that is because we're having pollock that weren't traditionally in our waters in large numbers. They're becoming more prevalent, and they eat everything, okay? Now that has wide-ranging consequences for the entire Bering Sea, including salmon. They eat everything. They eat what the salmon eat. They eat what every other fish eats. So I just wanted to let you know that that is the main thing I worry about, because we're already seeing the consequences of it. We're seeing seals that have no hair, that have lesions. And if you look into symptoms of starvation, those are 2 of them, okay? So our Bering Sea is changing. And to get back on the subject, I just wanted to bring that up, but I think the main thing that we have to try to do is to change the way that the salmon is managed, okay? Right now it's managed under max, what do they call it? Max sustainable yield, okay? So that means that it's managed towards a maximum commercial yield instead of any other yield, okay? And I've seen it in every meeting I've been to with the fish managers, the federal managers, and the state. They all operate under the same thing: how to best keep commercial fishing alive, and that's what's killing the salmon. Okay. Just to I guess, go into the issue of bycatch, okay? In 2021, I did a little bit of research, and I promised my boss that I wouldn't bring up numbers, but I can't help it, okay? In 2021, by the year 2021, the average bycatch for the pollock fishery was 141 million pounds. That's all species, including salmon, okay? By 2021, that average had dropped down to 33 million pounds, okay? My big question, and I didn't write this in my presentation, I probably should have. My biggest question is, what happened to 111 million pounds of bycatch? Out of a 10-year average of 141 million pounds, there's 111 pounds missing. Million pounds, sorry. What does it mean? Does it mean that the Bering Sea cannot sustain the levels of bycatch they have for the last 10 years and the fish populations of all species are crashing? Does that what it mean? My point is, we don't know, and neither do you, neither does the state. They need to find out why, and not continue the level of bycatch that's going on right now, because they could very well kill everything within the next couple of years if that trend continues. Okay, so and thank you. That's all I had.
I want to thank each of you for your written comments and what you have shared here before the committee and the community. We can get really technical when we talk about subsistence. You've got your racks, you've got boards, you've got dual federal state management system, who qualifies and all that. But at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is how you not only feed your families, but how you keep your culture and traditions alive. And as I'm listening, I'm just reflecting on how important this conversation is for us in this room, but for us to carry this to Washington, D.C., because I don't believe that most people in America can relate to being salmon people. Most people in America don't relate to one food source. When you think about our farmers and ranchers, they don't call themselves the people of the cows or the people of the chickens, and I don't mean to be light, but it is a reality that you are connected to a resource, a food resource, a specific resource, that of the salmon. Or maybe you are the people of Anaktuvik and you are the caribou people. You are the walrus people, the whale people. And so that's why it's so important that your connection to this resource be shared in a way that people from Washington, D.C. and other parts of the country may not be able to quickly grasp. And so because the name of this hearing is the impact of the salmon declines on the health and well-being of our Alaska Native communities in these regions, I'm going to ask several of you, when you rely on salmon for your food source, it's not just because it's what's on sale, it's because it's what you have. And when you don't have it, what do you do? And Chairman Ridley, you mentioned that there were substantial efforts to purchase salmon to be able to distribute to families. I'd like to hear from those of you that live here with your families in rural Alaska, how you actually are dealing with the food insecurity, the challenges with replacing these wild food sources. Because if I go to most people, most of my colleagues, they will say, well, if it's not salmon season, eat something else. You go to the store and you eat something else. And so I'm trying to make an impression in the record here about what it means when your primary food source is no longer available. So I want to have you reinforce that. As I got off the airplane today, some stranger welcomed me and he said, "I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here listening to the people talking about salmon." He said, "You realize that a gallon of milk here in Bethel is $12 a gallon. So it's not like you can replace things by going to the grocery store." I think it was you, both Chairperson Tikyun as well as Chairman Ridley, you mentioned the impact on young people. And Chairman Ridley, I think you mentioned the issue of suicide. We think about when we can't teach our children in the ways of the land and the ways of our culture, what else replaces that? I'm going to ask for a little bit of unstructured conversation around these themes and, for the next 5 minutes or so. I've called out a couple of you, if you would choose to speak to it. And I don't know how we're handling this because we apparently only have one mic. Just pass it along. Okay.
There's two.
All right, I'm going to start down there with Chairman Tikyun and Chairman Ridley.
Okay, with the salmon crash that's happened in our region and the impact it's had on our whole region here, and not only in our area here, but other regions of the state. Some of the teachings that we had as we were growing up, the sayings that we had, those and the camps when I was growing up, we always fished as a group. A lot of people fished together as a family group, and we all met each other, and we shared our fish. That's what we did. And those ones that were fishing, and at that time, if they got too many fish, they would share with all the other people, the other fish camps in the area. And, everybody did that with it. My mother at that time would, accept fish from somebody else that had, gotten too many fish. And we do the same thing. We would share with all the other family members and all those others that had issues of like motors at that time, motors and nets. They didn't have a lot of equipment. Everybody just shared everything that they had, motor parts, nets, things like that. That's a lot of that is, and you don't see that now. You don't see that now. Now you have little small groups of families that just are just a family itself. You don't have the other kinship with the other family members. That's what I see a lot of, and that's being lost. Is the way I see it. That's being lost.
Thank you for that, Brian.
The thing that I want to mention is that, when we had the Attorney General up here this summer, I'm glad we got to spend some time out in the rural areas and to be able to show him how expensive the gallon of milk is, fuel, all that kind of stuff. But I go back to 2022, the summer, I had an elder talk to us from our region who said they lived through the Great Depression, but they didn't even know there was a Great Depression because we had all that we needed. We had all the fishing game that we needed. And I think about that today, the old CFO in me or banker in me, seeing the economy the way it is, cost of living, all that kind of stuff, and all the issues we're dealing with. And if our people had the fish and the game and all those things, we'd have full freezers, and all those things about the economy wouldn't even matter. But that's not the case. And across our region, it's not just fish. It's moose and caribou issues that we're running into. As the salmon have gone away, we've had to rely more on sheefish and whitefish, and now those numbers are starting to drop. I mean, it's just, it's like this perfect storm going on across our region, and that's why it's such a big priority to us. The one thing I did want to mention, because I had to cut so much out of my written comments that you have, is that recently we documented our customary and traditional use of salmon back 11,000 years, and I believe it's the earliest evidence in North America proving how far back our people were salmon people, and that when the salmon suffer, our people suffer.
Let me ask you, Chairman Samuelson, and thank you, Brian, about the impact that we're seeing on our young people when these cultures, as Chairman Tikyun has noted, you're not doing the community gathering and the sharing so much. The impact that we are seeing, whether with mental health issues, drugs and substance abuse issues, as a young person who grew up all up and down these rivers, what are you seeing with regards to impact when families are not able to harvest together?
At the height of the pandemic, we ran into hunting season. And my brother, he's the provider for my family when it comes to moose. On September 12th or so, he called and said, I have COVID. I don't know if I can go out. A day or two later, he called and said, I went out, I got a moose. Because I have no choice, right? The provider role in our communities is so important. So I always get shaky when I talk about these things, but when we're forced to deviate from our traditional ways of life, it only amplifies our unwellness. Our way of life and our cultural knowledge and the way that we be in the world is our path to wellness. And we know that. So when we're forced to go off that track and we have no means to get back to wellness, we end up with things like mental illnesses, suicide, physical unwellness because we're not actively out there doing this activity, spiritual unwellness that leads to all these things. So it's in our way of being, we're meant to get the next generation ready. We're always getting ready. That's what you people say for whatever's next, the season, life, right? We're always getting ready. And so we're not able to do that. And as a younger person in the Indigenous community, right, I'm worried that I don't have enough time and knowledge to pick up and lead my people, and that there's even less for me to give to the next generation. And it all circles back to our health and well-being. I know that's a roundabout way of answering your question, but there's no way to silo the answers in the ecosystem. If we're hungry for fish, the bears are hungry. If the bears are hungry, they're eating something else. If they're eating something else, then there's less of those moose and caribou for us to supplement our diets. And so we have no choice but to be aware of every part and piece of the ecosystem, because everything is connected. And it all comes back to the fish. It's at the heart of it. And so our people really, really suffer when everything is not in balance.
Thank you for that. I think it's very thoughtful. I want to just ask one more question on the health And Mr. Winkleman, you outlined a great deal for us in terms of just the nutritional value of salmon. We get that. It is vitally important. But as the head of the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation, are you concerned that we will continue to see greater healthcare challenges out in this region as people do not have the nutritional food source and have to turn to the less nutritional, whether it's the pastas or the chips or whatever it is, and also on the mental health issues. We just had a hearing in Indian Affairs Committee this week on the fentanyl crisis among Alaska Native peoples, and some of the statistics that we are seeing, some of the deaths that we're seeing in small villages in this area as well due to fentanyl. Share just a little bit anecdotally, if you can, on some of the health consequences of not having the access to salmon, as well as some of the mental health considerations that we're seeing.
Well, yeah, it's really, there's two things going on. When you're not able to go fishing, you're not able to do the physical activity, right? So there's that you lose, the actual physical activity that's helping to keep you at a healthy weight, and then you're not able to go get the food, right? And so, we've seen increasing weights out here as our diets have changed to more Western diets. If you look at this region and you look at the history of how much we actually eat from traditional foods, it's actually one of the highest in the entire state, with the exception of the North Slope. So we're still doing well with foodstuffs and how much we eat per pound over a year, but it is definitely decreasing. It has already decreased significantly for Yukon people and Kuskokwim people. Coastal people still have the ocean to fish from, and for the way the regulations are out there, which are different than what we're dealing with on the river system. But definitely the activity, there's less activity. The more we're using four-wheelers to go check the mail at the post office when you're in the village, and less walking, less physical activity, less hunting opportunities, less fishing opportunities. And then if you look at, I was just touring, had the Alaska Mental Health Trustees out here, and we toured for 3 days, and we took them to 4 different villages, both up on the Yukon and here on the Kuskokwim, and then out on the coast. And they could not believe how well attended. We're literally in those 4 villages with like half a room full of this many people, because people were concerned about their kids in the schools. And what's happening in our school system, we're not able to develop the support systems that are needed. The schools don't have enough money to have enough counselors, not just for the kids that are having behavioral health issues, but also the teachers that are there, that are dealing with the children and what happens after a suicide attempt. And I just heard that in Gweithlook from the superintendent there, and then also from their leadership there about, there was a gentleman, Boris held up, we were talking, he held up this thing, I'm holding up a cell phone, and he goes, this is killing our kids. And he's very worried about all the dramatic changes that I just talked about and that we just listened to for the last hour. It's not just the subsistence needs and the lack of opportunities, but it's then, what are you going to do with these kids? What are they doing, right? So, because that's how we grow our kids up, is through their attachment to the land and the wonderful subsistence opportunities that we have out here in our region, which is like nothing other. But as that is becoming more restrictive, it is changing our interactions with our children. Our children are looking for other things to do. And you mentioned them, drugs, they may turn to that, they may turn to booze, they may turn to other things, things that are online that little kids shouldn't be doing. All those things Boris was really concerned about and expressed that to the Alaska Mental Health Trustees, which I was so happy to have out here and show them the actual behavioral health needs out here in our region, which are tremendous, and how we need to develop more solutions with mental health care.
Thank you for that. I want to switch gears a little bit here to co-management, because several of you have mentioned this afternoon. We had a hearing in the Senate Energy Committee about 10 years ago now on subsistence, and one of the key takeaways from that was the need for Native people to have a seat at the table, equal voice in management of subsistence resource. And you've got the local knowledge. You know the whole ecosystem that we're talking about here better than anyone. And I think that this is an area where the federal government really can and should extend a hand as an equal partner here. There's a lot more that can be done here. We've tried to better facilitate co-management opportunities with Native organizations and tribes across the board, including the work of the Intertribal Fish Commissions, contracts for data collection, other research and mammal co-management groups. But I think there's a lot more that we can be doing here. So I want to ask both you, Mr. Samuelson, and you, Ms. Olvey, with regards to the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission and the work that you're doing there. Are we incorporating the input of local people who really do have the local knowledge of these rivers and the salmon? Do you feel that input, that local input, is given the appropriate weight in terms of how salmon are managed in these rivers? And then the same question directed to you as well, Chairwoman Olvey, with your experience on the Yukon. So I guess it went back down. So.
Thank you for that question. Our fish commissions were born in 2015 out of necessity. Our salmon crashed. They weren't rebounding like we had seen in the past, because there have been crashes before, followed by rebounds. We still haven't seen that rebound since 2012. So our fish commissions, the tribes on our rivers and our watersheds, realized we had to organize in a way to give our fish a chance. And it's been an uphill battle ever since. On the Kuskokwim, we advocate for federal management because of the trust responsibility. There is no mechanism through current regulation with the state of Alaska that ensures subsistence as a priority. So we have to turn to our federal partners here. We do have a working MOU with Fish and Wildlife Service, and new efforts such as the Gravel to Gravel Keystone Initiative are working to incorporate and elevate Indigenous voice and knowledge. But at the end of the day, without authority and true co-stewardship, we operate as advisors.
So let me ask on that, and I want to get your input on this, because again, I think what we set this up to do was to facilitate exactly that, to get the local knowledge incorporated, to have the voices truly listened to. So there's a difference between kind of being an advisory capacity and really feeling like you are part of that decision making. Do I take your comment to believe that you don't really feel that you are at that equal level in terms of decision making?
I think we've made a lot of progress on both sides to have that meaningful co-stewardship and everyone sitting at the table. What worries me is that it's very dependent on who is in this or that position at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The agreements don't run with the agency or the government, they kind of run with the people, and we're here to stay. So I don't want to diminish the great work that the Commission and Fish and Wildlife Service have done and the progress that we've made as this demonstration project, but I do want to just note that there are no permanent protections for that co-stewardship.
Let me ask Chairwoman Ovi.
So, the Yukon, Kuskokwim has come a long way with the, co-stewardship. The Yukon is a little different because we have state and federal waters, all, like a checkerboard running all down the Yukon. So, as we are trying to get co-stewardship of the river, we see that there's a lot of, in the federal processes, there should be government-to-government consultations with the tribes that are not necessarily happening. That would help a lot to get, to let us have a seat at the table and to hear our concerns and how we can help and manage the resources.
So, Ms. Baromia, I want to bring you into this conversation about management of subsistence resources. In your written testimony, and you've also spoken a little bit to it, the importance of co-management, the tribal federal partnerships, the need to build capacity to continue and to grow co-management. In your view, how do we do it?
Thank you, Vice Chair Murkowski. We do it through the mechanisms that we already have in place in federal law. And ILCA allows for demonstration projects. So let's have a demonstration project on co-management. Let's fund it. You've taken a huge step forward by moving the Office of Subsistence Management under the Secretary of Interior, and thank you for that. I know it was a lot of work. We constantly call on you and ask you to carry the heavy load. I can't imagine, but you always answer the bell. So that would be one way that we could move this forward. And our track record is clear that when we do manage our own world, we have places like YKHC, like ANMC. That didn't happen overnight, but I was a kid and I still remember receiving services at ANS downtown on 4th Avenue. I think a lot of people in this room do. And we can collectively agree that our healthcare system managed by Alaska Natives is light years ahead of what it used to be when it was managed by 100% Indian Health Service. So if we were able to manage the resource, if we had funding that was stable for a dedicated period of time that we knew was available to us, and we could work across regions to really further co-management, that's what I would recommend. And in addition to the Kuskokwim River Fish Commission in Yukon too, Ahtna also has a co-management structure that is ready to go too. So let's not just have one demonstration, let's have fish and game at the same time. Thank you.
So there's been several of you that have mentioned either here at the table or in your written testimony that the salmon management in the federal government is disjointed. And I would certainly echo that. But you mentioned that cooperation with Fish and Wildlife in the region, but that doesn't necessarily extend to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the Department of Commerce. Both of them have management responsibilities for salmon. So any ideas on how to fix this? Again, to address the lack of co-stewardship agreements with commerce agencies, with NIMS, how we are better able to put the tribal voices into the marine management. And I guess in addition to asking if you have specific ideas as to how you might fix it, have any of the folks from Commerce, the Commerce Department, actually visited the region to talk about co-management? Do any of you know the answer? I don't know the answer to that. Everyone's shaking their heads. You would be the ones, if anybody knew if they were coming out, you would like to think. So, I mean, that's very telling to me that there's a real gap there when you don't even have somebody from the department that you can identify that has come out to say, hey, what can we do on this? So this is kind of an open-ended question to those of you as to whether or not you have any specific ideas as to how we can address this lack of co-stewardship agreements with these agencies at the federal level. Mr. Mendelook.
Yeah, Senator, we have had a meeting with NOAA staff, Dr. Rob Foy, and there was another lady that was for the Office of Protected Species that came by, and she seemed like she was pretty amiable to what we were talking about.
Okay.
But I will let you know that when I did my end of the, I call it my end of the world speech, but it's the numbers that I gave to him. He said that I would be a person to watch and that he would personally send me the correct numbers. Well, I'll let you know right now, those numbers I just gave you are from their own website and their reports. So they're what I extrapolated myself without looking at him. But anyway, just to let you know that he told me that he would personally send me the right numbers. So I've never,
And you're still
I haven't
waiting?
heard from him. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Still
But I will say, as far as co-management and co-stewardship, with no, I haven't seen it yet. Otherwise, we would be in some real big discussion right now. So, thank you.
So, one of the things that I often hear is that on federal lands and waters, our subsistence resources and the habitat are not being actively managed to ensure viable resource populations. And we hear that part of the problem is conflicting statutes, missions of the differing land management agencies. I get that. But what ends up happening, unfortunately, is you're working against facilitating healthy subsistence populations instead of facilitating them. So I'm curious to know around the table if you would agree with that and whether or not there are management activities that, in your view, the federal land management agencies like Fish and Wildlife Service should be taking to actively manage subsistence resources. And then another question that I don't know the answer to is whether or not any of these Native organizations have proposed management activities that have been rejected by any of our federal managers. In other words, you have presented proposals and suggestions, and they have been rebuffed. And again, I throw that out to anyone down the line. Nicole, you want to weigh in there?
I think in my dealings with co-management with AMBCC, Alaska Migratory Bird Co-Management Council, the biggest problem that we run into is funding.
Yep.
The funding for the 11 regions that are in the AMBCC only is like $300,000. You cannot co-manage a species or all species of bird with only $300,000. I've seen some regions in Alaska that are operating on $15,000. how are you supposed to co-manage anything with that type of money? And this number, and these numbers are current, okay? This is not 15 years ago, this is this year. So we really do need your help in getting money. And if you're serious about talking about co-management, you have to look at getting more funding for it. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate what you have said there, Mr. Mendeluk, but also to recognize that these competitive grants are also equally problematic.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to weigh in there? Yes, Chief Ridley.
I just wanted to say, the more I learn about this entire process and just kind of shocked at how it all works or doesn't work, I think the big focus that we've got right now is, with co-management or whatever, we're still running up against the board that I mentioned, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the State Board of Fish, those seats. And we fight like heck and we get one Native person on there, but it's 1 out of 8 or 10 or whatever it is. And so trying to find some way to improve that and make sure the different user groups, I guess, are accounted for. And with us, it's been education, as far as I feel like that group has only cared about the industry. You go to their meetings, that's all they talk about. Well, the industry told us we need to do this, so that's what we're doing. And I feel like somehow, and maybe I'm being too simplistic, is that we've got to be able to manage state waters, federal waters holistically, because as I mentioned, our fish are going through all these different waters. They don't care. We don't care. I mean, before there was a state, we didn't have these borders to deal with. And now we've got these different, this is federal, this is state. Somehow we've got to get our arms wrapped around it to where we're managing as a whole, and the folks in the Bering Sea realize they're affecting our fish. Like I said, even if they're saying, but it's only 1% of our catch is your salmon, but that's over 100,000 of our fish. And that would be huge when we only had 15,000 kings and 15,000 fall chum making it into Canada. An extra 130,000 would go a long way.
So we've come up onto the end of the time that we were going to do the formal testimony here, but I want to ask one more question, and I think it's highly appropriate, because I think perhaps each and every one of you has asked or recommended some kind of legislative fix to Title VIII of ANILCA or other legislative action to affirm native hunting and fishing rights in Alaska. And know that I absolutely hear and understand the fears that you have about the future of subsistence, and really the bitterness that is out there that's been caused by the recent legislation to effectively defend the status quo here. I agree with you. I think we have a system that is broken. The history of Title VIII and what we all lived through, or maybe some of you are too young, but what many of us lived through as a state on subsistence in the recent past, makes it really hard to envision how we're actually going to get to a unified system of management. But it is absolutely a conversation that we have to have. And I'm really glad that AFN started it at the convention last month. But I think we recognize things as important as your federal delegation is, and we all work hard on these issues. Federal legislative changes are just tough. They are, particularly on a statute like ANILCA. We simply have to have everybody on board. We have to have people pulling together. And I don't mean to be discouraging. I'm trying to be very pragmatic and clear-eyed. We've got some serious divisions in Congress nowadays on just about everything. And so as we move into these difficult conversations, I think the more honest we can be with one another is so important. So know that I am absolutely not dismissing changes to ANILCA or any other legislation here. But I'm just going to ask for just a moment, because believe me, I've got the message here. In my notes, I think I've underscored each time somebody mentioned it, but I'd like you to help me out. If you think that if you've got any suggestions that we can perhaps help advance administratively at the federal level right now. In other words, ideas that we can put in place to help improve subsistence management now without legislation. And I ask this because what I'm hearing from you is families are in need, communities are suffering. Alaska Native people in this region are suffering because the resource is not there. And I do not have that magic button that can put fish back in the river now. We all know that. And so as we suffer through challenging hard times right now, and if we work to try to change things legislatively, recognizing that too takes time, are there perhaps some things that can be more immediate in what we can do? And I mentioned to you the Office of Subsistence Management. Several of you have raised that perhaps having that office under the direct supervision of the Secretary does help move the needle here. But I'm gonna turn the mic to you, Nicole, because you mentioned in your written testimony that AFN has offered on numerous occasions recommendations to improve the Federal Subsistence Board, and only 2 of those recommendations have been implemented since you did that, a dozen years or so ago. Is there anything more that we could do with that at the administrative level? Again, what more we might be able to do from a co-management perspective to help address the non-competitive base funding issue. I'm going to throw it out here. This is the last chance that you all will have the mic here, so I'm going to be respectful of time, but these are really important suggestions for me as we try to wrap up this end of the discussion. So I'm going to turn to Nicole first.
Thank you, Senator. Moving the Office of Subsistence Management under the Interior Secretary was, like I said, a step in the right direction. I think we have to give that careful oversight and make sure that that office also has the funding and autonomy to really perform how it's supposed to. So that just continuing to let them know in your friendly ways that you're keeping an eye on how that relationship is developing, and if that office is able to better perform for Alaska would go a long way. Your second question about co-management and what else we can do, thinking outside of the box. It might be an opportunity right now to have another discussion about hatcheries. And I know that that's been something that's been hit or miss in the Native community and across the state in years past, but our way of life is changing, our food sources are changing, and the fish is coming back. So if we can at least cultivate them here, and maybe that's an opportunity for us as Native people to get involved too with co-management, is in administering those hatcheries. I think that you might find support with the Secretary of Interior for those ideas right now. I was speaking with her recently about a tribe in California that had sent some of its coho to New Zealand, and then their streams went dry and their fish weren't coming back. So that tribe went down to New Zealand and brought some of its original stock back, and they're repopulating their streams. So we have to figure out a way to make sure that the resource returns, and management isn't the only path forward. There has to be different avenues. Thank you.
Other comments from anyone at the panel?
Thank you.
You know, people in the river systems are doing everything they can. We have been for a long time. We're essentially starving so that our fish have a chance. What we need is ideally authority to make decisions on behalf of our salmon relatives, rather than fill seats here and there and hope to have influence. Authority can come without changing the law. That delegation can come down. I have 3 quick quotes for you. When I was growing up as a boy and fishing, learning to fish from my mom down near Tuntatuliak, she taught me that we have to let these fish go because there are people way up the river who need them too. One of our elder advisors of the Fish Commission. We need to reconsider this vote because we have no idea what we voted on. The Federal Subsistence Board on Kuskokwim River Fisheries in a meeting on the record. We need to reconsider this vote because we have no idea what we voted on. So we need at least equal representation on the Federal Subsistence Board. It's made up of people who have no connection to our way of life, to our region, to our salmon, but they have that decision-making authority. Well, I guess that's the end of a people and way of life. Someone who sits on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council when talking about the Yukon River. The end of a culture. These are people, the latter 2 quotes are from people who have decision-making authority on us and our relatives and our ways of life. We need mandated tribal seats at every one of these bodies as a start to the answer. We need tribal involvement every step of the way because our elders train us to think we gotta let these fish go because other people need them too, versus we're gonna take as much as we can and hope that we have some more again. It's a simple shift. We don't need congressional action for some of these items. We just need that mandated co-stewardship. And then, as I mentioned before, we're ready and willing to do this work and to lead this work.
One thing I'd like to say is on the co-management, the different agency or different tribes that been talking about co-management, and I know on the Kuskokwim it's happened down here in Bethel, but we need both the state and the feds to talk together also. That's where some of the issues are coming up. And unless we get that done, we're gonna continue to have that problem further on down the line. Those 2 agencies or state also need to sit down and talk together. That's what they need to do. Otherwise, we're just gonna come one thing on co-management, another thing is further on down, another litigation will come up unless some kind of agreement is made between the 2 agencies. Thank you.
If I may, our friends in the Otna area, I've heard them say, hopefully co-management is just a stepping stone to full management by Native people. And that's what I would hope, is that we could get to that point. Like I said, the more I learn about this process, be it state or federal, the more I have concerns that it's been so politicized. I said that when I testified last spring to Juneau, and the chair of the finance committee agreed that, she was just shaking her head how politicized the process has gotten. And then, I think to touch briefly on the state lawsuit currently, they're claiming they've got a subsistence priority, but clearly they don't. And then finally, one of the things we've been hoping for is with MSA reauthorization, trying to get the tribal seats. But as I understand it, there's a bit of gridlock happening and issues in DC. So if there's anything we can do to help you get that pushed through, by all means, let us know. And we'd be happy to partner with you to try to get that. And again, it's not going to be the perfect solution, but hopefully it's a stepping stone in the right direction. Thank you.
Senator, I was just wondering if we could take some time and write up some things that would, some realistic expectations for you and maybe send that after this meeting. Would we be able to do that?
That's actually a perfect lead, because what I was going to do next after thanking everyone was to remind you all that the record will remain open for 2 weeks now. And so anything that you might wish to supplement for the record will be included as part of that. So again, what you provided the committee in advance with your written testimony is incorporated. Everything that has been shared here today verbally will be included. And if there is anything that you would like to supplement, and I really appreciate you raising that and offering that, because I know sometimes it's not fair. You're going to get home, you're going to wake up at 3 o'clock and say, I wish that I had said or offered up this as an option. Please know that we would welcome those, and not just as an afterthought, but really to fully supplement the record. So thank you for raising that. Any final questions? Mr. Mendelook.
No, just not a question, but maybe I just wanted to say sorry about my doom and gloom presentation. The one thing I do want to talk to my nieces and nephews. And this has started, since I started this job, I tell them they need to go fishing. They need to go snow hunting. Because I don't think it's going to be around much longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing in ways that are both informative and personal. And I appreciate that a great deal. With that, we will now take a break of about 15 minutes. Get up, stretch, walk around the room, and then we'll reconfigure something up here, and then we will go into the public listening session. Thank you. My hope is that Are we gonna?
Right, do you want it?
Yes. Yeah.
So I don't think you should leave all 7 of them up there. Don't look a little dramatic. Maybe
Come sorry.
so ridiculous. Can we put her to?
Yeah.
What is, yeah.
All right. This is the public listening session portion of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee. Our field hearing to examine the impact of the historic salmon declines on the health and well-being of Alaska Native communities along the Arctic, Yukon, and the Kuskokwim rivers. So as was mentioned previously, this session is being broadcast live on the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs website. It will also be part of the field hearing official record. This public listening session is very important. It is extremely important because, again, this is Congress's opportunity to hear directly from the public at large. We had invited witnesses. It was important to be able to hear from certain tribal leaders, from those that are involved in different leadership levels associated with subsistence, but this is the opportunity to hear from the public. So I want to outline at the start how we're going to conduct this part of the session. We had a sign-up sheet at the back of the room. I think everyone who wished to sign up to speak has done so. There are 35 individuals that have signed up. I will call people in the order that they've signed up to come up to the front here to speak. When you come up, I would ask that you please provide your name for the record. You will be given 3 minutes for your comments. And I know that 3 minutes is not near adequate. I understand that, and I hope that you know that we don't mean to be disrespectful in saying only 3 minutes to share. But as you can see, with 35 people that have signed up who all wish to weigh in order for us to keep this within a 2-hour plus time parameter, we will have to try to respect the time limits. We will have a timer right up front So when your time is up, after 3 minutes, you will see that the clock is up. You will also hear a small buzzer, not too annoying, but again, we want to make sure that we are respectful to everybody who has come and who has asked for their moment to speak. If you would like to add further comments after your 3 minutes, we have a side room in the back. Cordelia and Angela are standing back there waving at you. They're super nice ladies. And they are going to give an opportunity for you to go in the back room there and to record additional remarks. And there will not be a 3-minute time clock back there. So you can share on the record. So what you state up here will be part of the record, and then we will incorporate your additional remarks afterwards. So again, we want to be fair to everyone with their time up here, but we will be generous in making sure that you feel that you have that opportunity to be fully heard. So I'm going to call up the first 3 names to kick this off so you know kind of where you are in the timeline. When you come up, I would ask for you to speak into the handheld mic and hold the mic very close to your mouth. Our translator is having a difficult time hearing if you do not put the mic close, and so it's going to feel uncomfortable, but please do it anyway. We're cognizant that this is flu and COVID season, and so we'll have wipes that you can wipe down the mic when you move from person to person, but please put it close to your mouth. Again, thank you for the time that you are giving us. Thank you for your respectful comments, not only to the committee, but to your friends and neighbors here in the region. So the first 3 names on the list are Beverly Hoffman from Bethel, Vivian Corthius from ABCP, and Gloria, it looks like Simeon from here in Bethel. So Beverly will come first, then Vivian, and then Gloria. Welcome, Beverly.
Senator Lisa, I did take you out when the salmon crashed about a decade ago, and you saw the fish camps and you talked to the people. But I want to say Guyana to everyone who has come to Bethel today to hear us and to thank our folks that were up here with you to tell our story. My name is Beverly Hoffman. I was born and raised right here in Bethel, Alaska. I'm a tribal member, shareholder, but today I'm speaking for myself. I have worked hard to be a good steward of this land and water. I'm a subsistence gatherer, and I have been all my life, and it saddens me that we are here today in this place, in this time. For too many years, our fish racks have been empty, leaving us frustrated and our hearts saddened. I'm 72. I've sat on these advisory councils for several decades, state, federal, North Pacific Marine Fishery, all advisory. I still stay informed of all these groups, even today, including the Intertribal Fish Commission, which I truly support. We've been talking about the reasons for our salmon declines for over 2 decades. Trawlers, climate change, mining impact risks. So now here we are at this crucial point in time. We, the people of the YK region, have been restricted from fishing for king salmon, while trawlers continue to throw the same salmon overboard. The crab, halibut, other species are also affected. For many years, we've testified to protect our food. We are the stewards of the land, the water, the oceans, pleading for something to be done. There's much I want you and policymakers to do. First, address the specific waste of the trawling industry. You don't need legislation to do that, to reduce trawler bycatch. The industry is destroying the ocean nutrients overfishing. Our Yukon and Kuskokwim ecosystem depend on a healthy salmon spawning river. We lose our salmon, we lose everything we love. Second, there must be reform in fishery management on both state and federal levels, as there's too much emphasis on commercial operations and very little protecting our way of life and the gathering of our subsistence foods. I felt relieved to hear you talk at AFN about this situation. Third, it's disheartening to see large extraction open pit mines like Donnan and others being developed on our salmon spawning rivers. I request we do a new environmental impact statement on Donnan. Climate change has caused warming temperatures that impact our salmon. We need that new data. It's my hope you'll hear the difference and that you will do all you can to work with us and protect us as we continue to fight for our very existence. Liana.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Corthius, and I'm sorry for my voice. I'm fighting a cold. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. I would like to thank Senator Murkowski, members of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and all of your staff for organizing this field hearing to hear directly from our tribes and our people in the region. When AVCP, COERC, TCC, and AFN first made the request for a congressional field hearing in September of 2021, we were 2 years into the salmon crash. Now we are in year 4. This empty bag represents empty smokehouses and freezers all across Western Alaska in our villages, and I've shared this many times before. It's just a symbol of things that are happening in our communities, in our homes, in our individual lives across the region. The crash has been extremely devastating for families and communities in the AYK region, involving more than 100 tribal communities. Just in our region alone, there are 30,000 people who are directly impacted. Some may think that what's happening in our villages is not important, but it's jeopardizing the way of life of our communities. What's happening in our villages is really unfair. Our subsistence fishing has the least impact on the salmon crash, yet we are the only ones being restricted and prevented from practicing our way of life. No one else is being asked to take hold or not make any changes. We need immediate action to find solutions to this crisis. It will take a holistic approach to make changes that will allow the salmon to recover. Everyone has a role to play. I believe that the AYK salmon crash is a test for the Arctic strategy for the federal government. The 2022 National Strategy for the Arctic emphasizes 4 pillars: security, climate change, environmental protection, and economic development. Alaska is the geopolitical center of the United States. The salmon crash in our region is the test of the United States' ability to respond to a crisis in the Arctic. How will the United States mitigate the impacts of changes in our environment and protect and restore the salmon? To the rest of the country, We are located on the edge of the map. In my mind, I want to make sure that the tribes in Alaska, even if we live in the most remote parts of the United States, matter. In closing, Senator Murkowski, subsistence matters, our villages matter, salmon matter, and our way of life matters. Thank you.
Excuse me one moment. This is a question to staff. For those who have written comments, would we like them to provide the committee with those written comments as well?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So Vivian and Beverly, if you have written comments, if you just want to provide us with those. And no pressure on the rest of you who do not have full-on written beautiful comments. But I just noticed that several of them did. Gloria, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator Murkowski, for making this opportunity available for us, and to YK for making this space available. My name is Gloria Simeon. I am a citizen of the Uhud Traditional Native Council. I am a woman of the Kuskokwim River and a user, the ultimate end user who bears the burden of conservation on our resource. I would like to start with a gentle reminder that the United States government is the trustee of all matters pertaining to American Indians and Alaska Natives. This includes our very being, our tribal rights, our land and resources, as well as our health, education, and welfare. Furthermore, it's incumbent on them to protect these rights for generations to come. The obligation is a trust responsibility. The United States has the most laws to protect the environment and agencies to enforce those laws. Yet, the fact is, these laws actually hasten environmental degradation and oppression and are made to favor industry. These agencies have sole discretion to issue permits. We have found that they are not always neutral in granting their permissions. The state of Alaska, as we know, is controlled by pro-extraction industry. Pro-development and industry are prioritized over the best interests of 229 tribal nations and their citizens. Decisions are made impacting us and our ability to survive on our own homelands. Laws and regulations are passed threatening our access to resources we have relied on since time immemorial, threatening not only our survival, but the survival of generations to come. Regionally, our own regional and sub-regional and village corporations also threaten our survival. When tribal interests and survival are in conflict with ANCSA corporations and resource development corporations win. At what cost? What do we truly lose when we lose our land, water, and food that sustains us? We belong to this land. It has sustained us for millennia. We have nowhere else to go. To us, subsistence is not a way of life. It is our life. The looming threats to our survival and ability to access our resources are climate change, deep sea trawling and bycatch allocations, and the proposed donlet. These are a threat to our ability to subsist on our traditional and customary foods, most importantly, salmon. We are discovering far-reaching ripple effects of climate change. The skin of our tundra has gotten very thin and unstable. Riverbanks are eroding at an alarming rate. Increasingly hot summers have left our land vulnerable. I'm running out of spit here. To lightning strikes and fire. Mitigation can be achieved with trawling and extraction-based development that threatens the first people of this land. Deep sea trawl bycatch can be controlled by regulation, as well as stopping the development of the proposed diamond mine. This is not the time or the place to develop the world's largest open pit mine on the backs of the tribal nations of this region. Those nations have already spoken. In 2019, 35 tribal nations of the ABCP region opposed the proposed diamond mine. Let their voices be heard. Failure to do so will be a death blow to my river, to my people, and our survival. Before we go extinct, the loss of our critical salmon resources is ripping and tearing apart the fabric of who we are as Yupik and Dene people, and practicing our traditional and customary ways of life, which is not a way of life, it is our life. And fish camp is not an activity. It's a frame of mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. The next three in line are Christina Chengsen from Russian Mission, Fritz Charles from Bethel, and Henry Hunter Sr. from Bethel.
Good afternoon, Lisa. My name is Christina Chengsak. I'm from Russian Mission. I'm a wife, a mother, and a grandmother. And we use our subsistence way of life all year round. And for many years on the Yukon, we haven't fished. And I want to teach all my kids and grandkids to fish, because when I'm gone, I want that tradition to be known. And this spring we had a flood which tore down how many fish camps that used their places to fish. But unfortunately, we didn't get to fish much, or not at all. So we have all year round subsistence way of life. During summer, we have fishing. Towards fall, we have berry picking, moose hunting. And winter, we have ice fishing. So we're always busy with subsistence, and it's a really big thing for us. And then the summertime, Yukon's been, we were on a 6-inch mesh net. And then how many years ago we brought down to 4-inch. And Yukon's a big river that a 4-inch, you can't catch anything with that. So I testify in Anchorage with the Board of Fish too, and I let them know, 4-inch on the Yukon River, that big of a river is too small, that they should reconsider bringing it back up to 6-inch. Our only ways in and out of our village is by air. So, our village, we have 2 stores, so pretty much everybody rely on subsistence. And if the weather's bad and the stores run out of things, how many days we need to wait. So I'm really happy there's our subsistence. That's why I'm advocating for our salmon, because we haven't fished so many years, and how many of our grandchildren and children crave for the fish that we smoke. And even my 2-year-old granddaughter asked me for fish, which I couldn't provide for her. And to see a 2-year-old asking, Uma, can I have fish? And where I had to reply to her that we didn't get to fish. So I think it'll be nice if Board of Fish and everybody would think of, we get limited and everybody else should get limited to fish because it hurt us, especially in the interior Yukon where we were so deprived of all the big places and we don't get much that's like Bethel, Anchorage, and everything coming by freight. So I see my time's up. Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Fritz Charles.
Hello, my name is Fritz Charles.
That was good.
That was quick. Is that Indian time now? But thank you, Lisa, for being out here. Year after year, dignitaries come out to our region. Year after year, we're telling the same problem to the dignitaries, to the senators, to the state officials, the federal government, with little to no outcome. You see, I've been a fisherman, subsistence end user for my village. And year after year, since the early 90s, what has been done? Nothing. Nothing. They come out here to our region, feed us breadcrumbs, and go back home to Washington, D.C. or Juneau. We are tired. No more. Should we even be fighting for our subsistence lifestyle? My subsistence lifestyle that I want to pass down to my children and grandchildren. I don't know about the rest of you, but we're tired. We want to see some actions. No more another 15, 20 years of, oh, let's do a study. Let's study this with NOAA, with North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. No more studies. We need to put a cap on trawlers and Area M. That's what we need today. No more. So you go back home to Washington, D.C., Juneau, you come back to me and my people with end results. It's time for a change. I have the utmost, don't get me wrong, I have the utmost respect for the politicians and the dignitaries that came out here today. But we are tired. No more. And maybe someday soon, we'll see a change. Change that will better our cultural way of life, which today we are practicing cultural genocide from the federal and the state government. Let's change that. The way we're going, yeah, we're going to see extinction of salmon within 10 years. And nobody wants that. I know my pockets ain't deep enough for extra money for trawlers. That's what everything is run on. Money. Money is power. Thank you.
you. Henry Hunter Sr.
Good afternoon. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to address. I'd like you to take a look at this picture here. This picture says 1,000 words. I want my grandsons and my granddaughters in years ahead to be able to do this, to dry fish. Last year, I testified before the North Pacific Council on the bycatch, that there were a number of bycatch of salmon that was supposedly heading to Alaska. I also testified to the State Fish and Game Board on the REM to put regulations on them. It's like talking to a brick wall to me. Seems like there's no action taken every day on when we tell them our issues. There's got to be, like Mr. Charles before me mentioned, there's got to be action taken. This year, we've had regulations on Kuskokwim. We had windows. In other words, we possibly fished on Monday, and then we were shut down. You know, on the regulations on Norton Sound is the same way. They have regulations. On the Kuskokwim, it's the same way. On the Yukon, they can't even fish anymore. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid there's going to be no more fishing on the Kuskokwim, and also for our neighbors up north in the Norton Sound area. And like Fritz Charles said, I'd like to see some regulations done on the North Pacific Council. When I addressed the North Pacific Council last year, I wanted the regulations to make sure that there were the reports of bycatch. Is it true? Why is our salmon declining? Is it because of climate change? It could be a part of that. But also there are a lot of people say it's bycatch. It's the high seas fishing. And the other one is the commercial fishing. The state of Alaska supports commercial fishing. If you're a subsistence fisherman, you can forget, the state of Alaska supporting you. We need regulations like Mr. Charles said on Area M. That's the only way we can get, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, let's all share, the native ways to share. That's where the North Pacific Council and the fishermen and Area M should be doing. They should be sharing, but they don't. And so I asked the State Fish and Game Board to put regulations on Area M. Those fish are coming up to the Norton Sound area, to the Yukon, and to the Kuskokwim. One year we advocated with Senator Olson. He introduced Senate Bill 138 or 128, I can't remember. But the only way it went to the committee. And those people in the committee stopped it. It didn't go before the floor. We need to advocate for the state administration who are friendly to the native people in the state of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Next up, we have Evan Waska from Bethel, followed by Ray Oni from Alakanak, and then Nick Andrew Jr. from Marshall.
Thank you for being here. Kuyana, Chakna, about time. What Mr. Charles says and Mr. Hunter, and I seen that committee that was up here. AFN, we watched you last year, giving your heartfelt testimony. It was for real. What it fall on deaf ears. Board of Fish reject our proposals. All the testimony given, no. It fall on deaf ears, rejected. Like you, we're disappointed. But we have a local radio, KYUK here. I encourage my people to stand up, not stay down. I'm glad I see you up here. When we were with you, I recognize you. And enough. Falling on deaf ears, it's for real. I'm seeing abandoned fish camps. No fish on the racks. Undue stress, mom and dad. Why? There's no fish on the racks. And there's that uncertainty. Mom and dad taught us. All my neighbors here and listening on the radio, we're here for you. Mom and dad taught us. As soon as breakup began and ice went out, all the debris, Dad would go sit nets. Why? They know the salmon are coming. That was knowledge. That was our way of life, our cultural identity. They know they were coming. It started from cheefish, smelt, king salmon, chums, reds, and then silvers. And the whole purpose was they passed it down to us to sustain us through these long winter months. We're here 365 days a year. And that's our way of life. Now it's being broken. I'm no longer, like I told you, we're seeing abandoned fish camps. Lack of fish on the fish racks. Why? We're on restrictions. When I say of that, they give us 6-hour, 12-hour periods, and we no longer use king gear. King gear webbing is 8" to 8.5" back in my dad's day growing up. Now they restrict the Yukon people, 4". That's for whitefish. Why do they do this to us? It's our right to subsistence fish and hunt. This is our land. I seen the pilot station this summer. I asked my friend, hey, what's that? There was somebody fishing. And these people go down and get fish. Big restrictions. There's no restrictions on Area M, False Pass. They haven't had commercial fishing. And these trawlers continue dumping. You want answers to declines and fix that? You need to stop the trawlers on the dumping. And this commercial fishing, Area M and False Pass, you need to make it law to have escapement, fish escapement for Western Alaska. Why? Right there, that's our food source. And these, they mentioned mines, that's high. I don't want mines here. And like I said, the Kuskokwim River and the Yukon rivers and Arctic rivers, the salmon is our food source. And I thank you for being here and having this forum about time. And I hope, like Fritz said, Mr. Charles, this needs to stop. No more falling on deaf ears. It's really happening. And it can be fixed. It's time to live in the answer. Enough listening to the problem. Thank you.
Mr. Ray Oni.
Thank you very much, Lisa Murkowski, for being with us today on this historic day, as you see on this print up here, impacted the historic salmon declines on health and well-being of the Alaska Native communities along the Arctic Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. My name is Raymond Oni. I come from the village of Longlook, which spills out into the Bering Sea. So we're kind of people that indicate, when the salmon arrives. Along with the coastal villages, they're the ones that notified us about any fish that are coming into the Yukon. We haven't been, seeing those fish returns for many years. When I say many years, at least good 20 years, because we've seen the declines of the salmon ever since the state became a state. And regulations start coming into effect that affect us to gather the resources that we depend on, especially with the salmon. The salmon is who identifies us as people of the Yukon River. And as you heard many times that we haven't had an opportunity to subsist or to even to put salmon on the table, even to taste. I recall when the elders heard about that they weren't going to be allowed to harvest Chinook salmon, the elders cried. Because they relied on that resources from their ancestors, from their parents and their ancestors that taught them that way of living. Because that was the only way of living that we knew. And if you look at the census, with the state of Alaska, most of our people in the rural villages are hunters, fishers, and trappers. Many of our people are documented that way, hunters, fishers, and trappers. That's what I still am today, a hunter, fisher, and trapper. And I'm very fortunate that you're here to listen to our people, in hopes of bringing back the salmon to our people. And I know one way, as with the late Ted Stevens he did buyback. And I don't know if you recall the time they bought back a lot of those trawlers that reduced trawlers in the Bering Sea. That needs to be done again in order to try and sustain our salmon for the Yukon. We've sacrificed a lot on the Yukon, from salmon gear to fishing times. About the whole people on the Yukon River put in some type of sacrifice in hopes of getting them back, not knowing there's another area that's not controlled that are contributing to the declines that we see today. So hopefully, after this, when you go back, hopefully that we'll see some outcomes as a result of these testimonies that you'll be hearing from our people. That's the only thing we got now is hope. And you're our only hope to make things change. So thank you.
And next we have Nick Andrew.
Thank you. Our senator, I'm happy you're here. I'm going to address my people and also the dignitaries that are here. We come from the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta region, size of Oregon. Size of Oregon. Everything's up in the stratosphere here where we live. The cost of living, crime, violent crime, all the disparities in the book are here. I'm from Marshall, Alaska, on the lower Yukon River. I am a hunter, fisher, and gatherer. I was born into a culture that prioritized food and shelter. Food meant salmon. It meant smoked salmon. It meant salted salmon, salmon in the freezers. On the Yukon River, Madam Senator, the Yukon River has seen restrictions for 40 years. 40 years, that's more than half my lifetime. 3/4 of my lifetime, we were put on conservation. We bear the brunt of the conservation. We, the end users, the little people, the people that matter, have been silenced. We've been ignored. We've been marginalized by the very government that's here to protect our interests as citizens of the United States of America. People in my village, the fish camps are empty. The cultural activity that involves family is gone, meaning cutting salmon, preparing salmon, spending time with family, sharing with the elders. That has been broken. There was a time our world was complete when the rivers were teeming with salmon on both rivers. Our people were happy. Not only the people, but the animals that rely on to the salmon also were happy. We need some answers. We need to be heard. We cannot accept this as a government formality for turning a deaf ear on the poor. Thank you.
The next three individuals are Tim Andrew from Bethel and Marshall, Jim Simon from Salcha, and then Martin Andrew from Queetlook. And I would just remind everyone again, keep the mic as close to your mouth as you are comfortable. And again, if you wish to add additional comments to your testimony, the room in the back where Cordelia is where you can go to supplement.
Thank you, Senator,
Mr. Andrew.
and welcome. And the Committee on Indian Affairs, I wish the remainder were here to listen to the heartbeat of the people of the region, people of the villages, people who have experienced these very critical crashes that we have seen in our salmon. Within the people that I've seen up here in the committee, I've seen I've seen I've seen Dalhejala, I've seen Ilakujala, I've seen Dalishkujala. All these values that people are fighting for to retain our salmon, retain our cultural way of life, return to sharing our salmon that we harvest with our elders, with the people that we feed. This past summer, I was at home in the community of Marshall, attending my son's funeral. The fishermen or the tribe applied for a harvest permit. They were only allowed 5 salmon to feed
the entire people that were coming into our house or to his house. And other guests from other villages, we had to share that 5 salmon. And there were small chum. Meanwhile, the waste continues. All we want to do is accommodate our guests. All we want to do is feed our families. All we want to do is continue with our ceremonies. The beat of the drum is common throughout the entire area. The guy from Migo, the guy from the Coeric area, the guy or the lady from Mangoon, and all the native people in Alaska want to continue to beat that drum of sharing our salmon resources. Like the late Andy Polkin said from St. Mary's, excuse me, subsistence without ceremony is just food. Without the first catch, without the first catch of the salmon, without the first catch of the moose, without the ceremonies that we continue, we beat the drum. It's just food. So the cultural component and the importance of harvesting salmon is just what defines us. And as Chief Seattle said, I believe it was Chief Seattle, when you cut down the last tree, when you take the last gold out of the land, when you take the last tree, when you take the last salmon, you can never eat money. We want our salmon. We want an end to this going in from one ear and out the other. I see that my time is up. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Next, Jim Simon from South Shore.
Hi, thank you very much, Senator Murkowski and the remainder of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. My name is Dr. Jim Simon. I'm a consultant with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, Otna Intertribal Resource Commission, and Tanana Chiefs Conference. But just speaking on my own behalf, my family is originally from the Otna region for multiple generations, non-natives, and just growing up with the subsistence litigation that began there in the 80s, you know, I turned into me pursuing a whole career in trying to defend, restore, and protect tribal hunting and fishing rights. And I spent 14 years running the subsistence division for the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim region, as well as, you know, with Tim and others on the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Sustainable Salmon Initiative, and just want to share some thoughts with the committee. You know, it seems that state and federal agencies are always 10 to 20 years behind Indigenous knowledge. I remember more than 20 years ago when I went to the Department of Fish and Game, people along the Yukon talking about the declining size of fish, the change in their shape and morphology, suggesting that something was happening in the ocean decades ago. Now, you know, that's why we're hearing so much about research. The research should have been done decades ago. Now we need action. I think so many good discussions by your panelists, your invited speakers earlier today. And I think there's an interesting report that was published last year called Bridges to a New Era, Part 2, a report on the past, present, and potential future of tribal co-management on federal public lands in Alaska by Professors Monty Mills and Martin Nye, which I encourage the committee to investigate. My reading of that report basically says we don't need additional acts of Congress to implement tribal co-management and co-stewardship on federal public lands in Alaska. The roadmap is already present. Want to also share some observations about escapement. You know, it's a real pleasure to work with as a consultant to the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I think what they're demonstrating in managing alongside the federal government, the federal waters of the Kuskokwim, has demonstrated that in the past 10 years, from 2013 to 2022, this drainage-wide escapement goal for Chinook salmon has been met 90% of the time. The 1 year that it wasn't met was in 2013 when the state of Alaska was still managing the run. So the commission's co-management, 100% escapement goals met, whereas the state ranges from 40 to 60% across the state. Thank you. So much more to say, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. And next we have Martin Andrew from Queefluck.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to welcome you to the Yupik and Chupik lands of the western region of the, and here we are addressing the Arctic Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers in regards to our salmon. And this past summer, me and my wife, with the little opportunities that we had for salmon fishing, we also provided for 4 other families that we share, and because that's a large part of our culture is sharing, and it brought back looking at my 4- and 5-year-old grandson as they were helping us hanging up some smoked jerky on the drying racks, and that brought me back to the very same age when my parents instilled in me the same values, and I just wanted to share that before I said my next piece was that over this past year, as we all know, at the Board of Fish meeting, we've heard the outcry from the regions, and when the salmon stock of fish and/or game, when the surplus, when the populations are getting low, I just wanted to point out, and it's also in the statutes, that all other consumptive uses are to be stopped. And lastly, the subsistence preference would be tapped into last. But we all know that it's backwards, and I for one, as a parent, grandparent, provider of salmon, not only to my family and our extended family, I want you to look into that. That's coming from near and dear from my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. The next 3 in line are Earl Samuels from Napaskiak, Joseph Asuluk from Tuksuk, and Joseph from Kuniganak.
Thank you. 3 minutes is kind of short.
It is way too short.
But welcome. Go right to the point. And I'd like to say,
Closer, Earl.
I'd like to say, before I came over here, I asked people, they said, where are you going? I said, come over to the fish meeting. You're going to be wasting your time. We go to meeting after meeting and meeting. We don't see the product at the end. Area M was mentioned. Yeah, we went to that. We voiced our concerns. I got to go back to old Harold Spark days. We don't have representation down in Area M. And when I went down to the meeting, I recognized it. It took us 40 years to realize that. YK, Kuskokwim, up north, lack of representation in Area M. It's an interception fishery that affects all of us, all up and down both rivers and up and towards Nome and Kotzebue. I wanted to say, to add to those regulating groups, instead of 2 members, I had a member from the lower Yukon, lower Kuskokwim, and the Murkowski area, even to the North Pacific group. Now we have equal voice across. You have a say. Right now we don't have a say. Even on the fishing game board, when it came to that, we lost out by one vote. It made me realize that we're in trouble out here. Back in 2007, when we first started learning about the bycatch, I got a phone call from Dillingham. Bycatch number was high, almost 80,000 that year. I said, Earl, for 5 years, you guys are going to have a tough year. You're going to struggle. 5 years came along. Sure enough, we had that salmon crash. Bycatch makes a difference out here. I'm not a scientist. We didn't go to school. Traditional knowledge came in. That was a question. But sometimes I think traditional knowledge is a value in these meetings, but we're not, because we're not scientists. We didn't go to school. We didn't go to college. We learn from our elders. That's our traditional knowledge. I see that could be used a little bit more. The frozen fish. I feel sorry for you guys on the Yukon. Try thaw out a salmon and try and make it into dry fish. It's almost difficult, but it's a meal. We're happy. You won't be able to make the fish you do. It deteriorates badly. When we were down there at the area, people from there wanted to give us fish. They said, no, we can't. By the time it comes to our region, and we're thankful, it deteriorates too much. Sometimes unhittable. Trawlers was mentioned. And I hope we can do this here, or take this back. If you look at the marine app, 2 trawlers came into the Kuskokwim Bay at a time of conservation. 30 miles from Quake, 30 miles from Quake, Kipnuk. There's rake in the bottom. Our elder used to tell us, watch the bottom of the ocean. That's where the small fish will eat. The trawlers are destroying that out here. Back in the 80s, or the 90s, we had a trawler off the coast of Kipnuk. Once a thriving halibut fishing ground. They came in, you can see the barge from the village, the trawler. The following year, no more halibut. It's going to be the same effect again out there. It wiped out the bottom. It takes in everything. If you look at the catch we used, harvested king salmon last year, just barely made 30,000. If you average that out to 20 pounds of fish, if we're lucky, it's almost 600,000 pounds of salmon. I heard billions of waste. That doesn't include the marine mammals that are out there. Seals, salmon, whatever's in the ocean. They're also being affected. Kodiak, look at those guys. What's happening to the crab? Last year, they couldn't even have a season. It's affecting that. Everything out there. The ocean is changing. I wanted to mention, when I listened to this panel right out here, before those regulations go any further, this is the group that they got to go through first. If they vote on something, let this group that I say, let them do the final approval of that vote. Our elders used to say, don't leave this building until you figure it out. Lock that door until we figure it out. When we go to the meetings, there's no locked door. We just listen. One ear out the other, out the other. Like Fritz said, hopefully something will come out of this when it comes. Co-management was mentioned. Sure, we could co-management, but we're overly regulated people. They tell us when to fish, tell us when to get up, tell us to go to the bathroom. We're over-regulated. Regulated by the state, regulated by the federal guys. Maybe they need to put their two heads together and make themselves a co-management group themselves. Because they're managing the same people, us, the same salmon. The same way with every other game. The moose, too. We're regulated to hunt moose. Elders tell us too, be careful. If you argue too much or fight about it, there's going to be none. And that's what we see now. We're playing catch up now. Yukon River lost their ability to go out. Kuskokwim's next. When I saw the area, people testified. That reminded me back when we once had a thriving king salmon season on the river. We fought to try to keep it. We lost. We've been a conservative people here for over 40 years to watch the salmon come back. Every year we hope it comes back. There's no king salmon. And one year I remember no fish for king. They let us focus on the chum. A chum that once the old timers fed to their dogs. Sure, we didn't like it, but we adapted. We learned. Even the chum was valuable. There's cultural and spiritual value to the chum salmon. That was almost gone. Last year we got a few. And I wanted to add this time too. Because of the area late start out, I'm hearing it started late. And they fought for their 3 openings per week and they got it. Because of that delay, we benefited from that fish. We caught a little bit more salmon than we did in the past. So, thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Asulak.
Later, Murkowski, if you have a translating uniform, would you please put them on? I'm not going to put my own language aside. I'm going to speak my own language as a Yupik person. Oyana, Hitwasaga you made the Hitwasaga you Manakitska who begin the Taka. Joy, I'm Sahel. Honguta, Nanglani, Amschiltoy. Uku Crispin, Gus Hofaklu, the fight. Crispin, Gus Hofaklu, Yuita, Pinoritate. Amschil. Attautilda, Tasu Nachtu, Dumpy. Adamu Murkowski, nog wat niet. Kuskokwim, Kuskokwim, zo dat het tijd dat het goed doet gaan. Ja? Kuskokwim is zo goed. Maar nog een Kuskokwim zo kangerig. Hongutasho. Awak nayagluki, doch shachluki. Kuya manakyakshuta. Taikata, Hongutatu wachkauluki. Adamumyochtu. Trollers. Aduch pagandarin. Angedanit shuta. Dochberg. Hongeni. Honguta. Als je er ook in Pia spoed, kan ik ook trouwens, kan niet. Kan je makkelijk. Nog spoed. Zo, Ampi, Lisa, dat is ook onmogelijk. Gewoon dat, ook versloten, wie dacht laamtsen. Als dat zo. Daarom gewoon dat. Ampi, tu pakai dah reagut. Awak pakai nada, kawan nak cakap, tahu apa mereka nak reagut, tak tahu tim. Kongkuta, uang white good, kongkuta. Ugut, irgenap, tu tahu leput su, irgenap kait su, baik tak kait su ampi. Binnacht goed. Kanikut witat kinaki. Lasung langita ka kanikut kalok patulit Tamangu yasamas. Iskiat sekjait akilin lata. Kongkutasu akibuk pilam ta nicu limangat tunata. Pitkiwana ni tamana kuya tali wagosamni. Ampi tupakunakut. At tauti marinakluta. Ampi rinaputuna. Witat kinaku pinginawaput. Kian tuan pitak lu tawang kuyana lisa tayo mam respon ni chukuni lu taso kuyana.
Thank you, Mr. Sula. Joseph from Kaniga.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand in front of you, Madam Murkowski. You know, the truth of the matter is, whether we like it or not, as Alaskan natives, you and I, are the most regulated people in the world. You and I, we are the most regulated people in the world. And what I'd like to say to Murkowski on the federal side and on the state side, before this civil unrest gets to the next level, there needs to be stricter regulations for the intersect fisheries and the bycatch fisheries. Because if this civil unrest gets to the next level, it's going to be messy. Thank you.
The next three individuals are Nathaniel Amdur Clark from Anchorage, followed by Stanislaus Shepard, Mountain Village, and Myron Nenning here in Bethel.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Nathaniel Amdur Clark. I'm an attorney at Snohomish Chambers and outside counsel for the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I'd like to take a moment to speak with you a little bit from your oversight role over federal agencies that are helping to regulate the fishery, especially on the Kuskokwim. And often folks get up to here to tell you about all the things that are going wrong. And today I get to talk for just a moment about something that went right. So I think you probably know some of this backstory, or maybe even all of it, but during the fishing season of 2021, the state started doing a whole bunch of things that were blatantly illegal, including telling people to fish when it was illegal under federal law for them to do so. For years, the federal agencies have often stood back and taken the route of going along to get along. And this is a case where the Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Department of Justice didn't do that. And they filed suit on behalf of the federal government and also the people of Alaska in order to protect the rural subsistence priority and the continued viability of the rural subsistence priority on the Kuskokwim and then by extension in the rest of the state. So in your conversations with the folks from the agencies, I hope that you can use your place to say thank you and to provide support for the continued doing the right thing by those agencies. including in the expansion in the ways that have been spoken about so eloquently by everyone who has spoken much better than I have today. So thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Stanislaus Shepherd from Mountain Village.
Good evening, Centralist Murkowski. Huinga yuhtun atraka udugok. Wikpag mi huinga ang litas honga. Nuna George Tauna azatzakzak. Wanggoda yupid mi wikpag mi makut nakatungit nun tawai isutuk tamakun. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
No. That's enough. My name is Stanislaus Shepherd. I was born and raised in the Lower Yukon Mountain Village. I was raised a subsistence way of lifestyle. My Eskimo name is Uduk. And the majority of the speakers up here already spoke up to what I was thinking of speaking. So and as I'm getting older, my focus is on fighting for our subsistence. Back in 1986, the late Harry Wilde Sr., when I got onto the tribal council, he pulled me aside and he said, I'm going to train you, teach you how to fight for our subsistence, because in your lifetime, you guys are going to have this big trend of no subsistence made. And then sure enough, we're living that right now. But along that scenario, he said the most important thing, and majority of my classmates and the younger generation never really pay attention to what's very important. I'm on these different committees, which I wouldn't name because I'm speaking on my behalf. I'm making sure Elder understand. Harry Wilde down at Bishonga, he told me, I'm going to teach you how to fight for subsistence. It's very important because later on, while I was on that council, we had a salmon crash in the Yukon River. And the late representatives, the people that go up and testify that were on these committees, the late John Hanson, Harry Wilde, the late Johnny Thompson, and Stanton Ketchitag, they fought to reduce Area M Falls Pass. I didn't know what they did, but it worked. Soon after, 2 years, we had our salmon coming back. So, when this past the spring, I went to go testify at the Board of Game. Everybody, over 300 people were there to testify for Proposal 140 to reduce the fishing in Area M Falls Pass. But everybody was thinking that in that area, we're not going to be able to fish. No, it's just to reduce your hours, to allow the salmon, which is proven scientifically that they come by Falls Pass to come up to Norton Sound, Yukon, Kuskokwim. So, after that proposal was thrown down, I attended the North Pacific Fishery meeting, and I'm trying to make this fast. There was little more than half a testifying people that were there at the Board of Fish. They made their point across. Reason being that after all the testimony was said, Mr. Chairman was sitting here. We all know how they sit. We all know how they sit. Looking at the crowd. You guys would be looking at the board right here. Mr. Chairman, the one that was sitting on the left side of him spoke to everybody at that attended the North Pacific meeting. He acknowledged, and I wanted to come up and add Senator Lisa Murkowski's wording when she said crisis. So that North Pacific Council member addressed the public or the people that were there. He said, it seems to me that the Yukon is in humanitarian crisis. And yet, he made the board understand that humanitarian crisis needs to be action to be taken. No action's been taken ever since that. My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Myra Neneng is next.
Good afternoon, Lisa Murkowski, and welcome to Bethel.
Thank you.
It seems like back in 1997, I spoke to your dad and got our subsistence hunting for migratory spring hunting of migratory birds. Our subsistence rights were recognized. I never had an opportunity to thank your dad, but today we're talking about another issue that's very important to our people. My name is Myra Nanning. I'm originally from the village of Hooper Bay out on the coast. I fished on the Yukon commercially as well as subsistence. I've fished here on the Kuskokwim, and I've even gone out to Kuskokwim Bay to go subsistence fishing. One of the things that was raised today was a treaty obligation that probably many of our people on the Yukon as well as the Kuskokwim don't realize exists today. The Yukon, Canada, king salmon, Chinook salmon escapement objective that was done back in 1996. And every year since that time, with the number that at one time was 75,000, has been reduced down to about 45,000 and has not been met for a substantial period of time. When that issue was first raised, I asked the Commissioner of Fish and Game at that time and my co-negotiators, I think we ought to deal with the in-state fishery concerns first before we go negotiate with another country. A week later, I got a letter from the Commissioner of Fish and Game. Thank you for your service, but your services are no longer needed because we've had this decline of salmon. Salmon stocks on the Yukon as well as the Kuskokwim since 1990s. I remember we've had to have a few commercial fishery disaster declarations. Working with Senator Stevens, he appropriated money that was used for studies, allocated to the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I have not seen anything regarding the results of those studies that were done back then. Nothing. On the inter-country treaty that currently exists on the Yukon River, the people on the Yukon as well as on the coast bear the burden of conservation to try and meet that escapement objective. Are the trawl bycatch included? No. Is bycatch or interception down in Area M included? No, because there were representatives from the Yukon that were considered to be part of the state of Alaska negotiating team. And here we are today. Whatever we provided in terms of testimony to the Board of Fish, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, every time we raised a concern about declining salmon runs on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim, the first response that we get from both of those entities, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and State of Alaska, their response was anecdotal. We didn't have time for a study to be done by someone who may have had a degree, but I wouldn't say what kind of degree. And today we're in this situation that needs to be addressed. North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, Department of Commerce, need to be included in that treaty agreement. Reduce that bycatch. State of Alaska, Area M Fisheries also has to be included in that treaty agreement, because the burden of conservation is borne primarily by those who live along the coast, like my home village of Hooper Bay, Scammon Bay, Chivak, and the whole river system of the Yukon River. None of those other areas that we know that intercept or do the bycatch are not included. What's wrong with that scenario? And the people that have always been asked to bear the burden of conservation have been us. Yupiks, Chupiks, Athabascans that live out here in Western Alaska. And even up north, our friends up north in Norton Sound. We're the ones that have had to bear that burden of conservation. And I hope, Senator Stevens, that we have an opportunity to do something about this, either by legislation or amending that treaty to have them all included. With that, thank you very much.
The next three individuals on the list are Eliza Mark, Amy Spark, and Nikki Pollock.
Hi, Lisa and Eliza. And I have a question about the typhoon through Japan. Is there like a plant, something like that was hit by? I think it affected the salmon, I think.
I think, Eliza, you're referring to the Fukushima nuclear plant that was taken out in the typhoon years and years and years ago. There's an issue now with regards to the stored water from the cleanup of that being released. I believe that's what you're speaking to.
Yeah. Thank you.
Amy Spark.
Welcome. Winga Amy Spark, Banilak, daughter of Lucy Spark, Chupik of Chivak, and the late Harold Spark of Baltimore. It is so great to be known this way by fellow natives, by who your parents are. And in Alaska, it's great to know each other because our parents knew each other. I worked for Lisa's dad at the Senate Energy Subcommittee years ago. Today I work at the Bering Sea Fishermen's Association as Executive Director, representing 128 communities in the Kuskokwim, Yukon, and Norton Sound region. Being fairly certain that you understand the impacts of our historic salmon crashes, I can share what I hope to be some steps towards solutions for restoration and fisheries management. We need equal decision-making representation in federal fisheries management, in this case, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. The advisory and appeals process is essentially titular and ineffectual. We need co-management with tribes and full dedicated funding. Gravel to gravel is a good start. A multi-agency agreement with the Department of Interior, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and BLM and tribes. Stop allowing status quo so as to not affect industry harvest to the extent practicable in fisheries management. Rather, to the extent practicable, use your plenary powers to help us find the source of our salmon crashes and allow our fish to return from the Bering Sea and Area M, using our traditional, ecological, and subsistence knowledge. Do it now because you don't want Alaska to be the next devastating American Dust Bowl. We can help. We're here to help. That's why we're all here. Reach out anytime that you think you need any kind of unified presence with you in Washington, D.C., and we will be there. Brianna, thank you for making your way to Bethel and holding this field hearing. Thank you, Amy. Nikki Pollock.
Sorry. Huyana, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. And I want to take this moment to say Huyana Jaknak to all of our veterans today on Veterans Day. I also want to mention that Alaska has the highest rate or shares of veterans, veteran residents, according to the 2022 U.S. Census Bureau at 10.1%. So thank you all for your service. Furthermore, Alaskan Natives American Indians serve in the U.S. Armed Services at higher rates than any other U.S. service groups. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. My name is Nikki Pollock, and I'm a ONC tribal citizen. I'm a Yupik from the river. I have a background in nursing. I graduated in 2010 from the University of Alaska Anchorage as a registered nurse. I've been a lifelong Kuskokwim fisherwoman, subsistence gatherer, and I'm a mother. I've spent my entire life on the river, just like many of us here. And I want to speak to the disparities that are affecting our people, particularly our health and well-being. I want to talk about the amounts necessary for subsistence. This jar is what we now use to put our jarred fish away in our family. Our fish camp alone has 6 families that we feed. This is a jar that we used to use about 10 years ago. We used to use larger jars. I don't have any of those anymore because we don't use them in our family because there is simply not enough fish to go around. It's no surprise that there are direct correlations with health consequences and increasing insecurity for food, housing, and economics. We know through various research studies that these insecurity factors have been directly linked to the range of adverse health effects that are plaguing our tribal citizens today. I want to speak to the disproportionate rates that our Native people, who make up less than 3% of the overall United States population, are experiencing at greater rates than our non-Native counterparts, and that's throughout the entire United States, and that's for 9 out of 10 of the leading cause of death in America. Native people, American Indians, have 9 out of the 10 highest cause of death, we surpassed them. In 2020, there was a study that was done, there was a report that was given out by the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium that created a very disparaging picture of the health of our Native people. We are experiencing higher rates of cancer, heart disease, cerebrovascular disease, mental health issues, and diabetes compared to our non-Indigenous counterparts. Consequently, we are experiencing the physical and mental health impacts directly related to the food quality, quantity, and culture and political economic conditions in our region. We are facing that. And it has been directly, these health issues can be directly and indirectly related to the decline in salmon. As you've heard today from many of the invited witnesses that you heard, there is a nutritional component, there is a well-being component related to our culture, and we are experiencing that, which is why Alaskan Native people in particular from our region are experiencing significantly greater health disparities and poorer outcomes, which is directly related to our fish. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nikki. Next, we will go to Sophie Swope from Bethel, Nels Alexi, and Carly Jacob from Nepaskia.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sophie Swope. I am a activist for the people here in Mantakheshuk. I sit on the tribal council as well as the city of Bethel's council, and I serve as the vice mayor. And I think this is a very important setting for us to come and share our discourse on something that creates the culture of who we are and the mentality we hold as Yupik, Jupik, Athabaskan people. Thank you for holding this hearing, Senator Murkowski. So we've heard from a large range of leaders, and we can see that this issue has a complexity that is all-encompassing. I would first like to note that the city of Bethel has seen economic impacts with the historical salmon declines, and I'm sure that that touches every community in the region besides Bethel. And before I go into something that I'm most passionate about, I heard this on the radio by Ivan Waska, and I'm very happy that I was able to hear this. He mentioned that the pure fact that we are Indigenous people, limited in our subsistence fishing and ability to go out and provide food for ourselves, while out on the ocean, they have no restrictions. They are able, well, there are restrictions, but they're beyond what they should be. That is a form of discrimination that goes against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It's discrimination not only of race, but our religion, our way of life, something that must be understood by both Congress, Department of Interior, NOAA, and the Department of Commerce. So I hope that can go forward and be shared, that it's that important. So, let's see. Being salmon people and the protection of these resources to maintain the richness is what makes us, what is our state slogan, North to the Future? It's not the oil. Tulsa, Oklahoma already pioneered that. It's not the gold that led the colonization of the country. We are North to the Future because we have the majority of the nation's tribes who still have wild, free-flowing rivers and salmon still coursing in its veins. We hold the way of life that majority of the nation has lost touch with, and it's up to us to uphold that and share it back with the rest of our people in the nation. It's a way of life that we should all be holding. So as we look forward, I think that it's important that we look at the mercury content that would be coming with the development of Dolmen Gold and all that would come with that. There's a wide scale of probability, 33 to 66% of probability of a small but important spike in mercury concentrations. That's a neurotoxin. What would it do to our people? And just before I stop here, there is an increase in morbidity and mortality related to psychosocial distress, such as depression, anxiety, suicide, substance abuse, and changes to family structure, with a likelihood of 66 to 90%. And with all of this in mind, I really hope that we could move forward with a just path, and the tribes are listened to and heard in their opposition to this project, as majority of the tribes are opposed. And I had written a letter to hand off to you, Senator Lisa Murkowski. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sophie. Next, we have Nels Alexi.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a fairy story, but thank you so much for those who have showed their support to our people, to ourselves. Okay, first, is this about the history? Historic salmon decline? Down before that, years back. You may not believe me. If you don't want to believe me, don't believe me. There was a fish, and its name was Jubuktuk. And people used to use it for fire starter. One more minute already.
No, put your microphone to your mouth so they can hear.
Yeah. Where was I? Jubuktuk. Jubuktuk is the title of the story, Jubuktuk. Jubuktuk was misused by my own people. This was years ago, before I even born. And I guess no one, a native person in this room, have heard the story about it. It was misused, that's why it was disappeared. And the people were warned. They did not listen. Okay. My fish rack. I did not hang anything on my fish rack last summer. Not a bit. And I'm getting clumsy too. And also my chick, we're both getting slow. The openings and the hours, I want to use a slang word, were just like a feathers. On certain days, certain hours, I cannot go fish. That's why I did not get fish to fill up my rack. On the closures, when it's closed, we are told do not fish. But there's some other species that we would like to catch besides chums or kings. And when I asked, can I go fishing? I was saying, no, the river, blah, 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 blah. So when there's a closing for certain species, there should be, still the river should be open to get our fish besides chum and the king. And declines, chums were going up and down. Just continue. My own people have told me chums are going to decline. They'll disappear, but they'll come back. But even that happens, if you keep quiet, not fight over with it, you know, it'll come back quicker. Some of the native people may have heard about that. You know, that's what we're doing right now. We're crying about the salmon. Even though we laugh and talk about it, we're crying, making a loud noise, crazy noise. Back in 50s, silvers were declining. I didn't know it was declining. Honest to God. The old lady came in and she said, James James caught more salmon this morning. Fill up a tub. And that was James Tuckley. I've seen that. And then 12-mile border. And Russian ships have been seen down at the bay. When they pushed off, we had more fish coming in. That's the time when Ted Stevens shipped them out, 200 miles out. Oh, I'm over timing. But thank you for listening, and someday I'll tell you a story.
Thank you, Mr. Alexei. Next up, we have Carly Jacob from Napaskyak. Carly Jacob.
Yeah, I'll try to make this work, and I have a question to ask. But first, my name is Carly Jacob from Napaskyak, and I'm a member of tribal council. And like everybody else, I'm a subsistence gatherer. I travel 4 to 5 miles round trip upriver to harvest moose. I travel 200 miles round trip to Yukon to harvest moose because of lack of opening season. I started fishing when I was 7 years old. My grandfather and my father, they taught me the difference between right and wrong, how to survive and how to gather and harvest. I'm teaching my children and my grandchildren same thing like my grandfather taught me. Back in my teenage year, growing up, when I started fishing, I was on my own. I had no limitations, like no one telling me what not to get, what not to, all that before but I'm not used to being in a big crowd like this, but bear with me. There's this question I like to ask. I don't know where it came from, but I suppose the fishing game brought this up to the management, and the management were like, okay, let him start using 4-inch fish net. Or using 4-inch fish net is hurting, damaging, and injuring the salmon. So I'm asking to discontinue using 4-H salmon. Where I'm from, down river, Murkowski, that river out there is my fishing area. Lots of people come and they harvest fish where I'm fishing at. Discontinue using 4-H net. Discontinue it. I too am having enough of this. I want to fill up my rack. It's like everyone else. Back in my teenage year, I filled up the rack on my own. 2 families I do. That's a hardship. 2 families. Imagine me fishing for 2 families. For myself, my family, and the other family. And we're having lack of openings, lack of hours. We need more time. I need more time, and I need more days to harvest salmon for myself and the other families. But discontinue using 4-H. Stop it. They're killing my salmons out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Next, we have Lorelei Ivanov from Unalakleet, Dora Wassily from Kasiglak, and then Daniel Nelson from Napakiak.
Hello, Senator Murkowski and to the committee members. Hi, I'm Lorelei Ivanov. I'm Inupiaq and Yupik from Unalakleet. I continue to make my home there. I'm the Executive Director for Native Peoples Action, and we're a statewide advocacy group working to protect our Alaska Native hunting, fishing, and harvesting rights. The traditional harvesting culture in Alaska Native communities remains really strong, and is vibrant and necessary not only for our livelihood, but for our health, sense of identity, and the food sovereignty we rely upon to pass down a way of life central to who we are as Indigenous Alaskans. The rivers, the land, and the Bering Sea ecosystem are what uphold our values that are central to our identities as Alaska Natives. The imbalance of the ecosystem and the decline in salmon throughout the AYK threatens our food sovereignty, our food security, and the culture that has sustained who we are through a tumultuous history of colonization. Most of us in this room can agree that current fisheries management structures do not honor our subsistence rights and are unwilling to address the salmon crisis. Our pleas for meaningful bycatch avoidance in the federal Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska trawl fishery fall on deaf ears, and it's no wonder. A great environmental and social injustice is the fact that the federal fisheries fall under the Department of Commerce and are not managed for sustainability. So the halibut, sea lions, whales, salmon, and all species incidentally caught as bycatch are not seen as species we should all respect, but are simply seen as collateral damage in a $1.3 billion fishery. Alaska Native tribes need representation on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. Not giving us a voice is continuing the dark legacy of eco-colonialism. This reality is unjust not simply for Alaska Native communities whose economies and ways of life are centered around the health of the land and waters, but is unjust for the species that rely on balance, that rely on knowledge and a mindset that is currently missing in Western science and the current management systems. It's so very clear to me that the systems today need a paradigm shift. Relationships of respect and reciprocity with the land, waters, and the species we rely upon must be incorporated in all areas of management. But for now, I would like to highlight the fact that the state of Alaska has at every possible turn worked against federally protecting hunting, fishing, and harvesting rights. The state is once again trying to overturn the Katie John line of cases, which would erase the federal subsistence priority for rural residents. Congress needs to amend INILCA to protect once and for all Alaska Native rural subsistence hunting and fishing rights and ensure our people's ability to co-manage these resources. Thank you, Cleanna, for your time and consideration.
Cleanna, thank you, Laura. Next, we have Dora Wassily.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank our Creator for us to get together here. To put myself aside, I'd like to express subsistence way of living without regulation. Have always put God first in everything, in our meetings, at home or regional, anywhere in the world. Just that all I need to share. And always have faith, hope, and trust. Same as well with our way of living. And always pray for the future, for our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and to all people, we all matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora. Next, we have Daniel Nelson from Napakia. Daniel Nelson?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Nelson, native village of Napakia. I've been growing up shooting, and here I have a hearing problem. And after I got this slight pneumonia, it affects my body, like shaking, and sometimes it affects my what I'm talking about. But glad to attend and welcome Lisa. And first, I'd like to ask you if you have a Yupik name. No Yupik name?
I have a Tlingit name, Anshawaki.
Yeah,
Do not
what I
have
was
a
going to
Yupik
say
name.
is if you don't have a Yupik name, get with Anna Hoffman and that other lady, Hoffman. Find your name, maybe a Ilu Meat will be fine. Washington, D.C.
Ilunit.
First of all, we have enough facts and statistics on this area of fishery, and I think that senior elder who who said enough is enough. It's just, I think it's enough is enough. We've been on this fishing closure for some 20 years, and these villages along the Yukon and Kuskokwim are cooperating. When they say no fishing, we don't fish. But even we're not fishing, there's area M, which is called false pass. Those guys down there are making money, while we're hit hard with getting nothing. Let me get my list. So what I was thinking is, there's a lot of villages in this Kuskokwim and Yukon River and up the Koyakuk River. There's lots. Even up past this international river we call Yukon River. Canadian people, Canadian Yupik. I think they're experiencing this chump collapse restrictions. So what I was thinking, because we got enough facts that a lot of permit holders in the Yukon and Kuskokwim, past 20 years, we never fished to make money out of this river in Yukon right now. This area M, they're fishing and making money. I think it's not very fair, because one time fishing game guys came to my village in Pakiak, said, if the fish numbers are dropping, the first to drop is commercial fishing. But the migratory salmon route is through Falls Pass. Everybody knows that. And then the facts are like I mentioned earlier, when state or federal closes this river for no fishing, we don't go out and fish. That's what we do. And then there's a lot of numbers and complaints and resolutions. And I think this federal government, I think it's time to, it was my idea to close that area in fishery for 5 years. And the reason I picked this 5 years is, according to the fish and game biologists, the fries that come out this river to the ocean to grow up, they spend 5 years out there in the ocean until they return to our river to spawn again. But returning, most of them, I believe, are picked up at area M. There's two rivers I know, like Green Hawk down there. That's District 5. They got tribal government controls that Anichto River. No sports fishing. Nobody's going in there to go picnic, laugh at the rod and reel and catching all the fish or try and find gold. They got good restriction on that river. So as this Bristol Bay, they got clean river. They got good control of the river, not to let the outside people come in and make too many mess. And that one thing that surprised me, like salmon, and some are declining. And last year, Bristol Bay had a record number of fish, pulled in commercial fishing. And my mind kind of worked around why some salmons are declining in numbers while the reds are just zooming up in Bristol Bay. Record numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah. So that goes along with snow crab, down in the ocean. You don't know where the snow crab are disappearing. So what do you think the federal can do to close that area M for 5 years? In 5 years, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, if they close that area M, we're going to see the true numbers of fish coming up the rivers rather than the guesses. Then if it's truly area M, we can get all some swimming up the rivers like Yukon and Kuskokwim, even north and south.
Thank you.
Then if that happens, let's leave area M closed.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Nelson, I'm going to
yeah.
ask you to,
last
to
of all,
give further comments to the,
yeah.
to
Last
the
of all,
lady in the room.
Yeah. Last
Thank
of
you.
all, this global warming is getting worse. It's going to get worse every year, and then it affects all the animals on the land, and all the villages are sinking. Permafrost is sinking. Even the waters are getting warm. That affects the our salmon. They're cold-blooded. So that's all I have to say. So I think I wish they closed that area M for 5 years. We'll see the truth in 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We still have about 10 more individuals that have signed up to testify. So we will move next to Gabe Canfield Kungana, then Ray Watson, and it looks like Gabriel Buster from Alakanak.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski, for bringing us together today in this field hearing on the Western Alaska salmon crash. My name is Gabe Canfield. My Inupiaq name is Kungana. I flew in from Anchorage today, but I am from all over the state. I was born in Fairbanks, and I grew up in Ketchikan down in Southeast, and my family's from Wales in Northwest Alaska. I am the policy coordinator for the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, and you may also know me as a member of the third cohort of the Arctic Youth Ambassadors Program. Okay. I want to take a moment and call attention to the fact that we have had little youth representation this far at this testimony. We see way too often that youth are almost entirely shut out from spaces, whether they are not invited or the space is too intimidating, and we always want to hear more youth voices in spaces like this because this is youth's future. We are going to be dealing with this salmon crash for years in the future when we go into management situations, and I want to make sure that we have some youth representation when we go forward in that. So given that, I would like to take this time to call attention to the costs that this salmon crisis has brought forth to our community members of all ages. I don't mean to bring these forward to be pessimistic, but to paint a full picture of some of the effects that I have seen in the short time as the role of policy coordinator with YRFA. The first thing that we see and hear from this crisis is the physical effects, the actual tangible results of not having salmon in our rivers. We don't see birds, bears, wolves, and animals alongside the banks of our rivers whenever there's a salmon crash. We don't see our neighbors in fish camps, and we don't see our children getting fish. We don't see the salmon, bright pink bellies, and we don't see the smoke rising from the smokehouse and the scented dry fish filling the air. We don't see the kings, chums, and cohos that have been coming for 100 generations or more. We can see the cultural costs and impacts of this. We see less of our traditional foods in our homes, less potlucks and gatherings, less fish camps, less fish skin arts and handicrafts that we adorn throughout our lives. We see mental health impacts from not practicing our culture and falling into harmful habits that have taken up our time in lieu of gathering our fish. We see monetary costs in our community members who spend their own money to get more expensive and less valuable foods. We see the costs of people who rely on their own resources to fly to Anchorage, to Juneau, to Fairbanks, to Washington, D.C., and beyond to testify on the loss of this incredibly important resource in hopes of seeing some real change. We see the cost of just trying to live our traditional ways of life takes so much of our paychecks. It is almost untenable without grants or loans when gas is over $10 a gallon in some communities. And the cost of taking out our boats is almost not worth it without the chance of getting our salmon. And we can see indirect effects across our state that impacts beyond just Western Alaska and our communities. The pressure on the Copper River salmon run from necessary reliance on fisheries outside of Western Alaska has been a documented impact, alongside the outrage over the state of Alaska's predator control program. When it would not be necessary, would the predators' salmon sustenance be protected from exploitation in the Bering Sea? These costs are just some examples of the huge impacts to Western Alaska that if we don't act soon, it will not just be our community members who will be experiencing the salmon crisis. I can guarantee that there are going to be future impacts Alaska-wide. We can't even begin to imagine what those are yet. We want to be able to see action and see our salmon come back to our rivers, and our community members have been speaking about this since the founding of YURDFA and long before it. Quiet enough for listening, and I hope that this gets to the ears of folks in DC. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Gabe. It is good to have the youth representation. I appreciate that. Ray Watson.
Welcome, Senator. I just wanted to talk about maybe some things that need to happen. You've heard from leadership here of what has happened, and little do we know that in 2015, I'm the one who called the meeting. I'm the one who called the meeting June 2015. Myron was there, I was there, in which the result was the Fish Commission. That was the result of people coming together and trying to find a solution to an existing problem. We thought at that time that tribal leadership, we had the tribal leadership, we had the tribal priority, and on top of that, we had the elders on top of that. We wanted to practice our traditional ways. It's been about 8 years now, and we're still talking. And that's the sad thing, is we're still talking. I don't know if I'll be here in 8 years, but I'm hoping there'd be some positive results down the road. And to look at it from a empathetic perspective, you need to go back to the Senate committee and say, this is what Ray said. There's this is a cultural impact. Ray said like this, there's not going to be no Thanksgiving this year. That's what Ray said. You can't have Thanksgiving. You can't practice that culture. You can't get with your family. You can't have that bonding. You can't do that. But that's exactly what's happening to our people on both rivers, the Yukon and the Kuskokwim. Let them feel that, because that's what we're feeling. And you talk about the impacts, the mental health impacts, is if you're trying to teach the younger generation about Jale Java, growing up in fish camp, cutting the fish, there's a big void there. There's a big void there. Because if you don't allow the people to practice Thanksgiving, they're gonna lose that. What that bonding is in family. And that's exactly what's happening. Working in the treatment center, I know I'm talking with the younger generations, they don't know. Because that resort doesn't exist right now. It doesn't. Hopefully, we'll come back maybe this time next year with results. Because that's what leaders do. We deliver, right? We come back and we say, this is what you brought to me, and this is what I have to, report. And that's what I hope is with all these, especially with the Area M, the bycatch, all these things, we need to have these results on record. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your support with the veterans. As a service-connected veteran, I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Ray. Next, we have Gabriel Buster from Alakanak.
Thank you, Murkowski, for being our support. We're going to believe that, and we have to start from here. And I believe there's so many things going on right now, and I believe NASA is already in our villages. In our village, in the next town of Imo, they're taking samples, and if they can, do some funding for them to be there and do some testing, they can start from the source. We don't know what started it, but I believe it's from that big earthquake too. It's part of that. We know that, but we know the NASA people told us that from the air they can see thousands of miles of debris. From the washout. From the water went down from the tsunami. We know that was part of that. They told us that, and we know that, But, that time we asked for NASA's help, and they came, and I believe they can help us more, if they can get funding, to pick up all that debris. It's hurting the sea lions, the seals, we know that too. And probably even maybe the fish too, and we don't really know, but I understand that with that, being said, we need your support, for funding with these, I don't know if they're private companies or, we know there's thousands and thousands of miles of debris from, there's so much, even nets too, from that disaster. And all the people that were speaking, it should be, instead of, telling you, what's going on, but it should be like the Tzalek says, when there's anger, it doesn't work. but with love, with in your heart, we need to do that so we can be heard. And thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Next, we go to Daniel Smith from Good News, Jennifer Hooper from Bethel, and then Boyd Blickhord from Anchorage. So, Donald Smith. Daniel Smith. Go ahead, Daniel. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Daniel Smith. I'm an alcoholic. I come from the native village of Goodness Bay, and I first went into recovery in 2018. Before then, I had no voice, no strength. I wouldn't be able to come up and talk to you today until I became a recovering alcoholic. I've realized that a lot of my peers, they're perishing through their addictions from alcohol or drugs. Maybe some of them are perishing on the way to the fishing grounds or the hunting grounds. Growing up, I was always told that we're the future leaders of our village. How can we effectively lead our communities? How can we become effective teachers? How can we become effective learners? And how can we preserve our culture and our tradition if we're drunk, dead, or in jail? That's the elephant in the room that I feel is no one's talking about it. In 1 week, we had 3 boating fatalities in this region and 1 in Dillingham. So I didn't prepare anything to talk about, and I am hoping that our tribal leaders, the state and federal government, will become a stronger advocate for recovery and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you saying that and encouraging us all in that important message. Jennifer Hooper from Bethel.
I'd like to pass and give my time to other members.
Thank you, Jennifer. Then next is Boyd Blickhord.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. My name is Boyd Blickhord. I'm the former refuge manager at Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge. Just across the street there is our office. Currently the gravel coordinator in the regional office in Fish and Wildlife Service. There's so much I would like to say, but I decided to focus on one concern related to salmon declines. One major problem is that people who live outside this region don't acknowledge that there's a salmon crisis at all. The first step in solving a problem is admitting that there's a problem in the first place. I want to acknowledge that the people here in the Kuskokwim region have known that there's a problem for many years. The Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission realized that there's a major problem with their salmon run since as early as 2015, and they did something about it. Their locally led and tribally centered voices were the voices that led the agencies to the conservation table. Their voices led the agencies to acknowledging that there's a problem in the first place. I want to say thanks from the bottom of my heart to the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission and to all of you who live in this local area for all that you do. However, even today, in my personal opinion, there are those outside this region who don't acknowledge a salmon crisis. And I just want to share a bit of a story about what happened when I got here. When I first got here in 2020, we were only concerned about Chinook salmon. Well, today, the people of this region suffer restrictions on not just Chinook salmon, but Chinook, chum, and even silver salmon. The Fish and Wildlife Service recognizes more needs to be done, and therefore the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Regional Director in Anchorage, Sarah Borio, and the BLM State Director pushed to create a new Keystone Initiative called Gravel to Gravel. We've initiated the Gravel to Gravel Keystone Initiative with leadership of the tribes at the center of that initiative. We recognize that this initiative won't solve all the problems related to the salmon crisis, but it will bring bipartisan infrastructure law funds to this region to prioritize salmon restoration, co-stewardship, and ecosystem resilience. Again, I just want to thank all of you for being here and speaking up on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate your leadership here too. Thank you. Next on our list, we have Alyssa Nadine Rogers from Bethel.
Thank you, Ms. Murkowski. In all due respect, I'm going to pass it on to the next person in front, behind me, and then I'll go next. Yes, next one's going to be Cara. Is that right?
Cara, yes, Cara Dominic.
Waka yuhtun atka uruaugok mamtereiser miungunga. My name is Uruak Cara Dominic. I work for ONC Natural Resources, and I love my job. I was born and raised here in Bethel by my parents, Gerald and Rose Dominic. For my testimony, I want to focus on the strong and important ties between mental health, our current addiction crisis, and our subsistence way of life. So I'd love to share part of my personal story with all of you. I'm in my 10th year into a successful recovery from a very bad opiate addiction. My family spent tens of thousands of dollars on trying to find outside treatment that would help me with little success. It wasn't until I was brought back home to my community and was involved in local and culturally based recovery programs before my true recovery began. My family made a huge effort to reconnect me with my traditional ways of life during that time, and I was given the opportunity to rediscover myself and what was truly important to me. The river and the tundra became my peace. In the end, it was what made my life feel whole and meaningful again. I may not have been here today if I didn't have that connection and access to my culture and subsistence opportunities. Our people are facing a substance abuse crisis, and many of our people believe that we need to find our own way of healing ourselves. We have one, and it's a deeper connection to our culture and our way of life, and I am proof. With the decline in salmon numbers comes further separation from our culture. How is this going to affect our mental health? How much worse will it get? I fear for our people. Salmon truly does equal life for our people, and life should be a priority, and so should our subsistence. Koyana.
Thank you for sharing that, Cara. And now Alyssa Nadine Rogers.
Thank you, ma'am. First, hugs. No one's given you hugs since you've been here.
I had a lot coming in, but it was good. Thank you. I loved it.
Oyana, veterans, thank you all for your service and apologizes on behalf of our country to our Vietnam vets. You're acknowledged and you're honored for your service. I am Killen Alyssa Nadine Rogers, representing the YK Delta's people and its resources, a Native leader in the making, following the footsteps of my elders and our chiefs. We are the world's largest and US's most sustainable resource. The standing presence in our federal government as the world's greatest economic GDP power provider. Your answer is simple, Ms. Murkowski. Through co-management, development of a USA government agency that is strictly dedicated to the Alaska's health and well-being of our resources management that is governed by Alaska Natives. Giving Alaskans equal government power to ensure change in the right direction of managing our resources. Covering resources issues from policies, fishery impacts like bycatch, erosion, suicide, health restoration, environmental conservation, mining like Donlin and Pebble, air and quality, water quality, laws, regulations, ANILCA, and so much more this department can provide, Ms. Murkowski. One more thing, ma'am. Please immediately lower our prices in all rural communities. So we can afford food and resources to replace the restricted food that we can only watch go by as our stomachs grumble. As we choose to keep our children warm and fed. As I was a little girl, my mother used to go to bed hungry because she had to choose between keeping a roof over my head, keeping me fed, keeping me taken care of. And I would share my little piece of Jell-O that I had every night with her, and she said, no, you eat it. Once again, Ms. Murkowski, as I had asked your dad at AFN when I was 11 years old, help me end suicide. Help me protect our Native rights. Help me restore our resources for future generations. And most of all, help me save Alaska. Thank you, Ms. Murkowski, for your time, and thank you for coming to Bethel.
Thank you. Very, very powerful and a very fitting way to end the public testimony. That is all the names that have signed up to present today. And I want to share with you my deep appreciation for some of you. The comments that you shared are very deeply personal, and that you were willing to share them today is very meaningful. Know that. Know also that as I sit and I take notes and think about next steps, because I don't want you to feel that this afternoon was a waste of your time, that it was just yet one more opportunity to say something that was going to go in one ear and out the other. I heard that. I heard that, and I carry that responsibility with me. I've actually been challenged on this, on even having this field hearing here in Bethel. I've been challenged from others who have said, well, if you go and listen, you might then own the problem. That's right. You've elected me to represent you and do a hard job. And part of that hard job is try to navigate some of what we've heard today. So believe me, this is not a check the box. This is not something that I had to do. This is something that I want to do because I hear you. And I know the comment that was made just just a little bit ago by Boyd, who mentioned that there's a lot of people outside the region that perhaps don't understand or acknowledge the crisis that you are feeling within this region and how it is impacting you. And so part of my job is to convey the urgency here. One of the other things that I've also heard is that the traditional knowledge that you bring to the table has led, long before much of the science or the actual management actions that come. Because again, you're people who have lived not only in the region now, but you have listened to your parents and your grandparents about what was in place before, what they saw, what you're now seeing, and what you can project out. We need to be paying attention to that aspect of knowledge that you bring to the table. That is as key as anybody with a PhD who's studying fisheries management. So you have given me a great deal to consider here today, along with my staff. I want to be able to report back. That was another challenge that was just mentioned. Report back, that's your job as an elected leader. And I may report back and say, we haven't made progress in this area, or maybe that direction was not where we needed to go, but I owe it to those of you who've come, those of you who've spoken, those who have just listened, but those who are living with the reality that your way of life is being threatened right now. And as Vivian reminded us all at the beginning, your way of life matters. So know that I carry that with me back to Washington, D.C. when I go back to work there on Monday. So thank you for the time that you've given me, and know that together we've got some work to do. So thank you very much for your time. And with that, the committee is now adjourned.